Not tonight. I'm nervous. I'm not a fan of Baker, and I don't have confidence in Josh Allen. Bills and Panthers.
I'm Xander, right?
I know you see him so good at the Where you at?
Communications. Look at me.
You know how much fun they cost?
Do we have
A kid live for $3 that was $16. Just for the fly. Like, I'm not gonna get
I now call this meeting of the Kansas State University Student Governing Association Student Senate to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to begin our Student Senate meeting taking place on Thursday, December 1st, 2022, with a land acknowledgement. We recognize that Kansas State University, as the first land-grant institution, stands on the ancestral lands of the Kaw people. Our state of Kansas is home to 4 federally recognized Native nations: the Iowa, Kickapoo, Prairie Band Potawatomi, and Sac and Fox. We must remember that the land serving as the foundation for this institution was and still is stolen land acquired by white settlers. We pledge our commitment to creating decolonized spaces at the university while advocating for the support and future success of Indigenous faculty, staff, and students at K-State. And with that, Speaker Pro Tem Pineda Gomez will take it away with our first roll call.
Thanks, Evan, and good evening, everyone. Anderson.
Here.
Bannister.
Here.
Barron.
Here.
Bellamy.
Here.
Blood.
Here.
Broughton.
Here.
Carey. Compton. Coy.
Here.
DePaz.
Here.
Dole.
Here.
Gromas.
Here.
Hoffman.
Here.
Kamen.
Here.
Kappelman.
Here.
Kirshen. Kidd.
Here.
Kermer.
Here.
Kenzie. Labidi. Long.
Here.
Middow. Morello.
Here.
Murphy.
Here.
Noretti. Navarro.
Here.
Oury.
Here.
Pelton.
Here.
Phillips.
Here.
Pilchard.
Here.
Pondillo.
Here.
Syat Carly.
Here.
Syat Nick.
Here.
Salmon.
Here.
Shear.
Here.
Schweier. Spindler.
Here.
Stout.
Here.
Strout.
Here.
Talbert.
Here.
Thomas.
Here.
And Wolf. All right, thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. With that, are there any first open period speakers this evening? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into approval of the minutes. The minutes were distributed on Tuesday along with the agenda and legislation tracking information. Are there any questions or corrections for the minutes? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes? Senator Kamen.
Move to approve the minutes.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the minutes will stand approved. And with that, we'll go ahead and move into the announcements for the evening. So first up, Emerging Leaders Coordinator Lynn is seeking nominations for mentees next semester. Please use this link to nominate students you think might be interested in being mentees. Announcement 2, have a good break. We won't have any student senate meetings during dead week or finals week, and we won't have any the first week back for the school year, which some of you know is a short week because we have MLK Day that first Monday, starting back on campus on Tuesday the 17th. Our first student senate meeting will be Thursday the 26th, but you'll have committee meetings that first week. I'll put all this in an email over the break and then again at the beginning of the semester so no one forgets, but just thought I'd get that out there now. If you need to be absent from student senate, you can fill out the proxy link there and you'll be excused. If you need to be physically absent from Zoom but can still attend, you can physically absent from Senate but can still attend via Zoom. You can fill out the Zoom request form link there. If you want to give props to someone in Student Senate, you can fill out the Student Senate shout-out form. And the SGA member of the week this week is the Attorney General Selection Committee. They did a great job interviewing and selecting our next Attorney General, so thank you all for your hard work and efficiency with that process. As I said, no meetings next week due to Dead Week. And our quote of the week this week is, "Life is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced." And that is by Soren Kierkegaard. And with that, we'll go ahead and move into our accommodations for the evening. Is there a motion to consider Resolution 49? Senator Kamen.
Move to consider Resolution 49.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to consider Resolution 49. If the author will please come forward.
Hello, good evening. Never done this before, so bear with me. Resolution 49, I'm one of the authors, sponsors the DEI committee. Whereas Wildcat Dialogues is an opportunity for K-State students to discuss diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, DEIB, in a safe environment through storytelling. Whereas this event transpired November 1st through the 4th, and the speakers included Jade Valdez Gomez, Mia Schindler, Emmanuel Ugwebu, Nate Williams, Jess Ramirez, and Jennifer Riley. Whereas through this, students have felt more comfortable to have discussions surrounding DEIB issues, and whereas Wildcat Dialogues helps break down the stigma of different issues that diverse students face. Be it resolved that Section 1, the Kansas State University Student Governing Association wants to applaud these individuals and committee on their hard work of making K-State a more inclusive space to all through these different stories. Section 2, upon passage by the Student Senate and signature of the student body president, a copy of this resolution shall be sent to DMSA Assistant Director of Student Engagement, Dr. Graciela Berumen, Center of Aging Assistant Professor, Dr. Amy Fox, Fort Riley and Military Student Services Coordinator, Dominic Barnes, DMSA Project Administrator, Adam Carr, Director of the Morrison Family Center for Student Wellbeing, Chris Bowman, Center for Student Involvement Interim Executive Director, Sarah Hyman, K-State alumna, Wilma Moore Black, College of Agriculture Diversity Programs Coordinator, Summer Santilina, Office of First Generation Students Assistant Director, Rebecca Paz, CREO Educational Support Services Student Services Coordinator, Policia Williams, K-State Student Union Executive Director, Corey Williamson, Mia Schindler, Jyoti, I cannot pronounce her last name, Sam Sharp, Tatiana Lesme, KB Hennis, Nicholas Edwards, Nicholas Viga Anguino, Jade Valdez Gomez, Kim Rostin, Megan Zeman, Karina Moncayo Michelle, Wade Weber, David Akimbo, Catherine Reed, Aisha Lee, Mary Rodriguez, Nate Williams, Jess Ramirez, and Jennifer Riley.
Awesome. Thanks, Manny. Are there any questions or corrections for the author, Cox Leader Kid?
Is there a reason why some of the staff towards the bottom of section 2, like lines 37, 38, and 39, is there a reason why they don't have their titles in front of their names?
Do you know for a fact that those are staff? Because a lot of them were students, but if you know one that is staff, I tried really hard to find everyone's correct title. So who am I missing here?
So line 37, Kim Ralston, she works for the Staley School of Leadership. Sorry, I forgot the new name. And then 38, Wade Weber, I think. Is that Assistant Dean Wade Weber, right? And then that's all who I know.
Also Catherine Reed.
Karina, line 37. And then Jess Ramirez is a GTA PhD candidate. Wonderful.
Do you know where Karina works?
Same
Staley
school.
School.
Yes,
Staley School.
I will track down everyone's correct titles, but it's easier if I have a...
And Jess Ramirez is College of Engineering.
Thank you, everybody. Are there any further questions or corrections? Awesome. Seeing none, thanks, Manny. You can take your seat. And is there a motion to approve Resolution 49 unanimously? Emerging Leaders Coordinator Lynn.
I move to approve resolution. What?
49?
49 unanimously.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 49 unanimously. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Resolution 49 will stand approved. Okay, and with that, we will go ahead and move into our approval of appointments for the evening. First up, we have Resolution 50. Is there a motion to consider Resolution 50? Senator Kamen.
Move to consider resolution 50.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to consider Resolution 50. Okay, this is Resolution 22-2350, approval of the 2022-2023 Elections Commissioner. Authors me, sponsors Kathleen Cowell and Parker Volgamore. Whereas the Elections Commissioner is jointly appointed by the Student Body President, Speaker of the Student Senate, and Attorney General, whereas the Elections Commissioner may concurrently hold office in one of the three branches, whereas this position was sufficiently advertised, whereas applications were made available to all students who showed interest in the position of Elections Commissioner, whereas the following individual was chosen on the basis of their leadership ability, experience, and dedication to serving the Kansas State University student body throughout the upcoming term, and whereas this appointment is subject to approval by Student Senate be it resolved that Natalie Noose be approved to serve as Elections Commissioner for the 2022-2023 term.
Thanks, Evan. Are there any questions or corrections for the author? Chair Phillips.
Yeah, Evan, what advertisement was done for this role?
So it was on the general at-large committee application, which was advertised in the K-State Today and SJ social medias and things like that. And then when it came down to it, we had to do some like word of mouth conversations with people that we knew might be interested as well.
Are there any further questions or corrections? Okay, Evan, you may take your seat.
With that, is there a motion to approve Resolution 50 unanimously? Senator Solomon?
Move to approve resolution 50 unanimously.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 50 unanimously. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Resolution 50 will stand approved. Natalie, if you want to come on down, we'll go ahead and get you sworn in right now. Somebody take a picture. Thank you. If you raise your right hand and say, "I will," at the end. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of Elections Commissioner and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Kansas State University Student Governing Association. Awesome. So if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself with your name and pronouns, your major, your hometown, and your favorite smell.
Hi, everyone.
Can you do it into the mic?
Thank you. Sorry, I have a loud voice. Hi, everyone. I'm Natalie, she, her. I'm from Shawnee, Kansas. I'm a political science major and a philosophy pre-law major. And I'm excited to get this election season on the roll and hope it's a great time for everyone and goes here pretty smoothly.
Thank you. And with that, is there a motion to consider Resolution 51? Senator Kamen.
Motion to consider resolution 51.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to consider Resolution 51. If the author will please come forward.
Hi, if you don't know me, I'm Kathleen Cowell. I'm the Attorney General. Resolution 22-2351, approval of the 2023-2024 KSU SGA Attorney General, authored by Kathleen Cowell, sponsored by the Attorney General Recommendation Committee and Evan Porter. Whereas the Attorney General leads the judicial branch of the Kansas State University Governing Association, KSU SGA, whereas the position of Attorney General is sufficiently advertised, whereas Article 5, Section 5 of the KSU SGA bylaws states that the KSU SGA Attorney General shall be appointed by the student body president in consultation of the Attorney General Recommendation Committee. Whereas the Attorney General Recommendation Committee met on November 28, 2022, and a recommendation was made to the student body president for the appointment of the Attorney General. Whereas the following individual has been selected by the student body president in consultation of the Attorney General Recommendation Committee to serve as an Attorney General on the basis of their leadership ability, experience, and dedication to serving the Kansas State University student body throughout the upcoming term. And whereas this appointment is subject to the approval of Student Senate. Be it resolved that Section 1, Hattie Polson, be approved as the Attorney General for the 2023-2024 term of office. Section 2, the KSU SGA Attorney General's term shall begin following the last day of spring semester classes and conclude on the last day of spring semester classes the following year.
Awesome. Thanks, Kathleen. Are there any questions or corrections for the author? Chair Phillips.
Yeah, what advertisement was done for this position?
Oh, wonderful. So I was really lucky to have our comms director, Adelaide, helped me make a beautiful little Instagram post, Instagram blurb. This was posted on our K-State SGA, whatever it's called, Instagram. It was also advertised through CSI on their website, and so any student could see it, but we also specifically tried to get a lot of SGA interest. I met with several people in the judicial branch specifically just because they may be more interested than the general student. So that was done by word of mouth. We also talked to just general students who had had issues / just had some interest after seeing it on the CSI website.
Awesome. Are there any further questions or corrections? Okay, seeing none, thanks Kathleen. You can take your seat. You can stay up here because you're going to have to be up here anyway. But with that, is there a motion to approve Resolution 51 unanimously? Senator Kamen.
I move to approve resolution 51 unanimously.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 51 unanimously. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Resolution 51 will stand approved. And we're going to go ahead and get Hattie sworn in right now by Kathleen.
Oh, it's I will. Okay, no.
I will.
All right. Repeat after me.
Well, no. Just say I will at the end.
Okay. Don't repeat after me. Thank you. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of Attorney General, and I will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Kansas State University Student Governing Association.
I will.
Yay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Hattie Polson. I'm a junior studying agriculture economics, global food systems leadership, and nonprofit leadership. I am currently in the role of Deputy Attorney General, so I will be doing all of that good stuff while simultaneously transitioning into Attorney General come next May. Oh, favorite smell. I have a new favorite smell. Recently, rosemary has been one of my faves. I don't know, it's kind of holiday-y. Anything else?
That's it.
Wonderful. Thank you all.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and move into committee reports for the evening. Are there any committee chairs that would like to give a report tonight? Chair Long. Jacob.
I know. Didn't figure it out either.
Okay, two things. One, end of the semester recap for SAC. Last year we had spent 20% of the budget on a couple things. Right now we're sitting at 57% of the budget spent on about 30 different organizations. So market improvement in that department. Secondly, tonight we'll be introducing an allocation to Blue Key. I'm going to bring that to the floor and special order it because they need that money before we come back to approve it. The reason it's needs to be special ordered is because they came and they weren't able to confirm their membership attending, which will vary how much we can allocate them. So we waited until they confirmed that membership and then had them come back a week later.
Thanks, Jacob. Are there any questions for Chair Long? Caucus Leader Kidd.
So the first comment you mentioned about having spent 57% of the budget, does that track with pacing of previous fiscal years for allocating to student organizations?
Far ahead.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Chair Phillips.
Yeah, just curious, Jacob, do you think you're going to run out of money?
Yes.
Cool.
What happens if you run out of money?
We get to bring a bill here to pull 10 grand out of reserves for it. The more important thing right now is we spent 47% of that 57% on travel events. I can only spend a maximum of 60% of the overall budget on travel events. So about another 10 grand or so, and then we have to do some interesting things to be able to fund travel events.
Are there any further questions? Yeah.
Sorry, so you said that the max that we can pull out from reserves is 10,000, or
Yes.
like 10,000 per time, or
It says the statutes say I have the power to pull out $10,000. So yeah.
Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thanks so much, Jacob. You can take your seat. Are there any further committee chairs that would like to give a report tonight?
Joseph.
Okay, Chair Pondello. And Bryce, will you get his presentation pulled up?
All right. So my report tonight will be about DPF. It is a fund that DEI allocates So it is called the Diversity Programming Fund. Also used to be known as DPC. If you want to go to the next one. Keeping it short and brief for your Thursday night. So our starting allocation for the fiscal year 23 was $152,775. Our reserve amount that we started with is $122,815.51. And then if you go to like the bottom left, you'll see funds allocated. And these are all the things that we reviewed from like this Monday, a couple of Mondays ago, and like a little bit of like the end of the last semester. And then you'll look at the amount allocated, which was $88,700. And then we have $64,075 left to allocate. So that's really great news. A good trend to go forward. That means that we're spending money and love to see it. So yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. Thanks, Joseph. Are there any questions for Chair Pondillo? Okay, seeing none, you don't have to take your seat because you're already seated. Are there any further committee chairs that would like to give a report tonight? Chair Phillips.
All right, good evening, everyone. Quick note from me on Student Services Fee Committee. First, we are still in the review of student activity fee and sports clubs. We tried to tackle it on Monday and got a lot of really good work done, but unfortunately that's going to continue on into the spring semester. So you can expect that to wrap up hopefully around February. Yeah, definitely in February, and you should see that legislation during that month for Student Senate to debate on. And additionally, when we come back from winter break, the second week of school, when we start having committee meetings, we will start our review of the rec, which is one of the big three. So it's a really big entity, and I'd love to have students involved. I'd especially like to invite you to our first meeting, where we will be taking a tour of the rec. I know many of you have been there before, but if you want to see kind of behind the scenes and how stuff works at the rec, you're all more than welcome to tag along. That will be January 23rd, that first Monday that we get back at 5:30 p.m. Or sorry, yeah, the week after Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So I guess
The 23rd.
yeah. 23rd, 5:30 p.m. We'll be meeting at the rec. If you're interested, shoot me a text, let me know, and I can definitely coordinate that a little bit better with you. But wanted to extend that invite.
Awesome. Thanks, Blake. Are there any questions for Chair Phillips? Okay, seeing none, you can take your seat. With that, are there any further committee chairs that would like to give a report tonight? Awesome. Are there any directors that would like to give a report tonight? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into approval of the allocations for the evening. So first up, we have Bill 62, which is the fiscal year 2023 student allocation to the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. They requested $250 and recommended $250. Then we have Bill 63, the fiscal year 2023 student allocation to the Hispanic American Leadership Organization. They requested $12,750 and were recommended $1,000. And then we have Bill 64, which is the fiscal year 2023 student allocation to On the Spot Improv. They requested $4,500 and were recommended $1,000. All three bills were referred favorably from the Student Allocations Committee 10 to 0 to 0. Is there a motion to approve the allocations? Senator Anderson.
I move to approve the allocation. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the allocations. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the allocations will stand approved. And with that, we'll go ahead and move straight into final action on Bill 65. If the author will please come forward. Bill 65 was referred favorably from the Senate Operations Committee 7 to 0 to 0. Chair Phillips.
Point of order. How many senators are present with proxies tonight?
Juan.
We have 35 present and 6 proxies.
7 proxies.
7 proxies. So
42, which
Follow
is
up. Oh, sorry.
that's more than the minimum we need for a constitutional amendment.
Follow up. How many selected and qualified do we have?
That's 42.
Total.
Oh, how many senators selected and qualified?
Yeah.
Let me check real quick. $50. So we need 38
Thank
to
you.
pass a constitutional amendment. Sam, you can come forward. Oh, Cox Leader Kid, you have a question?
It's about this, but I will wait, so never mind.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, were any changes made?
Yes, they were, because the name of the intern program is now the Emerging Leader Program. So everywhere that it said intern, it now says mentee, and where it said intern program, it now says Emerging Leader Program. And then we also had a favorable amendment, which edited quite a bit of the wording. Good.
You have first rights to debate.
Thank you. Well, hello, everyone. I think that we should be allowing our mentees to serve as proxies because it provides valuable experience to the mentees and it furthers the goals of the Emerging Leader Program by allowing them to further their education. Phase 2 mentees have been sworn in front of Student Senate and are beholden to the rules of SGA. And most mentees are very engaged in SGA and involved. They watch every Senate or attend every Senate. And I think that furthering their education within Senate by allowing them to have a vote, even though they are present and educated, provides a utility to mentees and benefits both senators and mentees alike. Because when we have better educated, involved, and informed mentees, we're going to have a better Senate when they are finally elected in. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Sam. Seeing as that was debate in the positive, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Caucus Leader Kidd, do you have a point of information?
I do. So can we scroll up, please scroll a little bit, please? Line 12, it's meanie, it should be minty. Can we?
You are so right. I will fix that. Thank you.
You're welcome. I mean, leave it as that, but I
Yeah, so we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Chair Phillips.
All right. Hello again, everyone. So I mentioned this a little bit before we left for Thanksgiving break, but this is a piece of legislation that the change being made was already debated upon a little over a year and a half ago. This was right at the end of my sophomore year. And just for some context, after about an hour of back and forth debate where we went around the horn and it was one of those nights where everyone was exhausted, previous question was called, this piece of legislation ended up failing by a vote of 6 votes in favor to 43 votes against to 2 votes abstaining, which is a pretty wide margin of defeat. So I just wanted to give you all some of that context. I obviously want you all as a new student senate to evaluate this legislation as you all, but I did want to give you some context as to what previous SGAs were thinking. A lot of that rationale that spanned for a no vote was really centered around a couple of different things. First, and I'm going to refer to these members as interns in this speech because it's so new and I'm going to do it. And if I try to catch myself, I'm going to waste about a minute trying to do that just alone. So interns are not elected members of the Student Senate. You will find that this is something that is very valuable. We are all here, at least supposed to be, elected by our peers. I was elected by the students of the College of Business. Many of you were also elected. I know that this year we've had a lot of different appointments. However, most of you still received votes from your peers, and so you are still technically elected. This is not the case for our Phase 2 interns. Phase 2 interns join the intern program where anyone can join and then they're approved by Student Senate after going to at least three different informational sessions. In my opinion and in SGA's opinion, during the last go around that we had of this, this isn't something that we're comfortable with. We want, when we're debating on decisions and ultimately voting, to be able to go back to those who we represent and be able to justify those decisions. And having members of our body who were not elected voting on those decisions is not a good idea in my mind and sets a really bad precedent. Additionally, my biggest issue with this personally is that this contradicts our 2-week legislative process. So as you all know, our legislation in Student Senate normally goes through a 2-week process where we first have a week for introduction where we read, ask questions, and then we're able to send it to a committee. Everyone can kind of think about it. The committee gets to have their say on it, and it comes back to Student Senate where we've seen it for a second time and are able to ultimately debate and vote on that. Having Phase 2 interns serve as proxies does not allow for this to happen, and here's why. Phase 2 interns are not required to attend Student Senate. It is not something that's required when you sign up to be an intern. student senators who are obviously required to attend Student Senate unless you miss for whatever reason and have a proxy. By doing that, you are going to have interns voting on things that they have never seen before. And that's not something that I'm personally comfortable with. That undermines why we have our entire 2-week process. In my opinion, if we make this change tonight, then we really need to consider making a change to our 2-week process as well. Additionally, I know that the legislation says that Phase 2 interns are active members of SGA. I think that is the case for some. However, that is certainly not the case for all. I did a quick count, and we have 2 Phase 2 interns here tonight versus about the 15 to 20 that we swore in this year. And so while I don't know if it's necessarily fair to take one meeting as a straw poll, especially the last one of the semester, I challenge you to remember the last time you saw over 10 here, where they were consistently here getting engaged in the process. Now, I really enjoy having interns, and I love seeing the ones who do show up. It's really awesome, and so really enjoy that. However, I think that you're still going to see a gap there. Additionally, interns are not student senate interns, and this is an important distinction that we have to make. In the past, thank you.
Thanks, Blake. Seeing as that was debate in the negative, we're now seeking speeches in the positive. Chair Thomas.
Hey guys, I just want to say a couple of things. I am strongly in favor of this legislation. Starting with the first thing that was said by some previous speakers, we are not any of the previous senates. The majority of people in this room did not have a vote 2 years ago. That was my freshman year. We were the ones who introduced this legislation 2 years ago. We didn't have a vote, so past votes shouldn't be taken into consideration because we're a different Senate that was elected differently. Moving on to the point of the fact that interns are not elected. I want to say that a lot of the people in this room also weren't elected. Like, we have senators that are selected because we have exhausted the amount of people that need to be here. And I also want to say that, like, I was not elected by the College of Agriculture, but I could serve as a proxy for someone in the College of Agriculture. Being an elected member, while it is an important thing, I don't think that it is necessarily important when it comes to voting. I also want to make the point that these interns are not voting on their own. When you proxy for somebody, you are voting as that person. It's not them just giving you your own vote like you would give someone speaking rights. You're telling someone how to vote because they are a proxy for you. Interns can gain a lot of educational value out of this. And I don't think that them not being directly elected has as big of an impact as previous speakers have made it out to be. I think that the vote was so drastic last time because people didn't understand the educational value that could be gained from this, and also got too caught around in the fact that they weren't directly elected. But I think that there are people sitting in this room that have votes that were not directly elected, and there are people that are able to proxy who were not elected by certain colleges. So I am strongly in favor of this legislation.
Thanks, Kate. Seeing as that was debate in the positive, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Senator Scheer.
Hi, I wanted to get up here and speak as someone who voted on this the last time, and someone who's in the intern program and has been around for a long time. From what I remember of the last debate, I think the biggest reason of my vote was many of the reasons that Blake already outlined. But for today, I think there are 2 other things that we haven't quite mentioned, which is one, I just don't think that there's necessarily a need for this. I think that people don't have a huge problem getting proxies, and if they do, I'm not sure that like interns are necessarily the people that they would go to first, not because of like a lack of qualifications of the interns, even though that's a different argument, mostly because a lot of times Senate is made up of juniors and seniors, and a lot of times interns are made up of freshmen. And while I would love to see more collaboration between the grades, I mean, we don't necessarily know the interns very well. So, you know, the mentee-mentor relationship also helps with that. But I'm not sure that like the few interns that come to Senate is necessarily going to make a substantial impact on finding proxies. So I'm just not sure that that need is there. And when it comes to the educational experience, I don't really see that either, because I think that I don't necessarily think that the interns should be deciding which way to vote. They should be carrying out the vote that they were told by the senator, right? Like, you're supposed to, when you have a proxy, you're supposed to go through the agenda and say which way you want to vote for every single different thing and tell your proxy to vote that way. So if you're doing it the right way, and if you're telling the intern that's what you want to do, then I'm not sure that just like voting yes or no is like a really strong educational experience, because they're not technically making any decisions. So for those two reasons, I'm not sure that this will make a substantial impact. And yeah. And also, I agree with everything the previous negative speaker has said. So, yeah.
Thanks, Alexa. Seeing as that was debate in the negative, we're now seeking speeches in the positive. Emerging Leader Coordinator Lynn.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to mention that in our Senate body right now, there are about 14 to maybe 16 members who are senators right now that were not elected by their peers. That's like a quarter to almost a third of our entire Senate body that was not elected. So it's not like there isn't precedent for people not being elected acting as senators. To a previous speaker's point about interns not being required to show up on a weekly basis, if attendance for Senate was better, I would maybe agree. But on the average night, we have 6 to 10, which is about a quarter of our body who doesn't come to Senate already. So if interns who are not required to come to Senate can't serve to vote on something that they weren't here the first week for, neither should the people who are senators who weren't here the first week it was introduced. I think that logic should be applied both ways. There are senators in this room who started out this term as interns and are now serving as senators through our selection process. Not only that, but here in a couple weeks, as soon as we get back from break, I, as the intern coordinator, am going to be appointing about 4 or 5 different Phase 2 interns to become interim senators for the rest of the term. So if those interns cannot serve as a proxy, I'm asking you how it makes any sense that they can then serve as a full-fledged senator for the last 6 weeks of our term. In my opinion, that doesn't make sense. So to just make our rules more consistent across the board, I don't think you can have it both ways. So for all of those reasons, I would strongly urge a vote in the positive.
Thanks, Peyton. Seeing as that was a speech in the positive, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Chair Phillips.
All right, I figured I would just go ahead and finish up my debate, because why not? Continuing on a little bit from where I left off, I was talking a little bit about how interns are not student senate interns as compared to interns broad. The intern program used to be very specialized, where it was only student senate, but we've had a really big focus since the year before I got into college and ever since to really trying to make interns just part of the 3 branches itself. Judicial is a little bit hard just because they deal with such sensitive nature topics, so we're still working on areas to get them actively involved there, but the cabinet and legislative branch are areas where interns are already really involved, and you'll find that the most in the legislative branch. Interns honestly have very unprecedented rights in student senate as it is right now. Interns are able to make motions, they're able to ask questions and have speaking rights. Those are not common across other SGAs, I think, that you will find, which is really interesting. We actually had a debate about this and we valued it enough to keep that. So interns are already having a great way to get involved. The intern program is the reason why I'm in student senate, why I became speaker of the student senate, why I became a committee chair, and in my opinion, voting does absolutely nothing to be able to contribute to that. You are able to do everything that a student senator can do except for say yes or no on a roll call vote. You can get up and debate and support pieces of legislation. You can introduce pieces of legislation as long as you have a student senator, which I think you'll be hard pressed to find someone who wouldn't put their name on something for an intern. And so I think that that experience already exists, and there really isn't a lot of experience that's going to be gained for interns as opposed to the harm that it does. Additionally, I think that yeah, that was basically all the rest of the notes that I had. But folks, I really just wanted to mention that 2-week process is really the issue that I have with this piece of legislation, as well as the being elected by peers. I do think that is an issue. But if we're going to allow Phase 2 interns to be able to vote in Student Senate, I do think that we need to change the intern program again, require them to attend Student Senate so that they can be experienced and be able to ultimately be able to confidently vote on legislation. When we're assigning proxies now, I would just encourage you all to think about how often, if you are someone's proxy, you ask them what they would like to vote on specifically. I know that I do this practice, but I know that it doesn't happen a lot. Additionally, I know that how many of you, show of hands, read the minutes after a Student Senate meeting? All right, I have read 1 minute ever in my SGA career, and if I don't read the minutes, I know that a lot of people don't as well. And so I think it's also going to be a struggle for interns to be able to get caught up on meetings that they have missed. Really read those minutes, go back and watch Student Senates and ask people what happened. I really just think that there's going to be a knowledge gap by not being there week after week and being required to be there. And so for those reasons, I would strongly encourage a no vote tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Blake. Seeing as that was debate in the negative, we're now seeking speeches in the positive. Senator Kamen.
Hey everyone. So coming here today, I actually kind of had a problem. I have food poisoning right now, you see. And if you look, you notice that the physics senators that are here are not here. I'm the only one. I had to come. I didn't know who else to give my proxy to. I couldn't. Luckily, at first I thought, wow, if only I had someone that I was assigned to help grow and nurture through this SGA process that I know better than anyone else in the room. I'm like, I do. That's my mentee. Fortunately, I can't give them my proxy. I'm here with food poisoning right now because I didn't know anyone else better. A lot of the negative debate here has been focused on our flaws, things that we should be doing but aren't. Voting the way that your proxy, the person you're voting for in behalf of, wants you to vote. It shouldn't be the emerging leader's fault that senators are unable to vote like they're supposed to and follow the rules. It's not the mentee's fault that when they see a room full of empty Senate, they emulate this behavior. A lot of the negative debate here has been focused on what we fail to do as a Senate, not on what a mentee may fail to do. So if you're going to vote no, are you voting no because you see your own bad behavior potentially reflected in this vote? Or are you voting no because you truly believe that this experience, while small, is insignificant? A vote yes or no may not add much to the overall scope of our responsibilities, but keep in mind, as a general body, one vote can mean a pass or fail on a bill. You're elected for your opinion. They may not be elected. However, when you give someone your proxy vote, the people that elected you, your constituents, they themselves are giving you their faith, and you are using your best judgment to give that person your proxy. It should be the senator's decision who to give their proxy to. Personally, I have asked every time, every person that I proxy for, what they want. If we emulate this behavior, so will they. I'm voting yes on this because I firmly believe that giving an emerging leader a vote, a proxy vote, can only be beneficial to our Senate. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Seeing as that was debate in the positive, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Are there any further speeches in the positive? Chair Thomas.
a lot of what has been said is what there is to say. I just wanted to clear up a couple of things. First, on the point that this completely destroys our 2-week process, I want to say that this argument says that anyone who couldn't show up to Senate one week should not get to vote the next week. So if you had to miss for any reason, you just shouldn't get a vote next week if you didn't read the minutes or show up. I also want to bring up the point that I was asked by 2 different people to be their proxy this week, and I can't be a proxy for 2 people. I also am a proxy almost every week, and I wouldn't have to do that if we had people that were willing and able to be other proxies. This is a really educational thing, and it's not educational because we are giving them a vote. I want to be very clear that we are not giving the interns votes. What we're doing is we are allowing them the opportunity for a senator to allow them to be a proxy. We are not giving them votes. We are allowing them to be someone's proxy that has been chosen by a senator. The process of voting itself is educational. Learning how to vote is something that is going to be beneficial to the interns, and it doesn't do anything negative for the people that are here already. And like previous positive speakers mentioned, there are a bunch of people here who were not elected. So if you think that they should not be allowed to serve as proxies, then you should think about whether or not you think that the people who weren't elected, who are senators, deserve votes.
Thanks, Kate. Seeing as that was debate in the positive, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Chair Talbert.
Move to previous question.
I have not finished calling for speeches in the negative. So are there any further speeches in the negative? Are there any further speeches in the positive? Bentley, it's in order now. You can make the motion again. Chair Talbert.
I move the previous question.
Is that a second?
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded to move to the previous question. All those in favor of moving to the previous question, please raise your placards now. Placards raised 2. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion carries, so we'll go ahead and move into a roll call vote on Bill 65.
All right, folks, voting on Bill 65. Anderson.
No.
Bannister.
No.
Barron.
Yes.
Bellamy.
Yes.
Blood.
No.
Broughton.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes, by proxy.
Carey. Compton. Coy.
No.
DePaz.
No.
Dole.
No.
Gromas.
No.
Heatherman.
No, by proxy.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Hubnig.
Yes, by proxy.
Kamen.
Yes.
Kappelman.
No.
Kirshen. Kidd.
Yes.
Kermer.
Yes.
Kenzie. Labidi. Long.
Yes.
Middaugh. Morello.
Yes.
Murphy.
No.
Noretti.
Yes.
Navarro.
Yes.
Oury.
No.
Pelton.
No.
Phillips.
No.
Pilchard.
Yes.
Ondillo.
Yes, by proxy.
Rogers.
Yes, by proxy.
Sayat Carly.
Yes.
Sayat Nick.
Yes.
Solomon.
Yes.
Shear.
No.
Schweier. Spindler.
No.
Stout.
No.
Stroud. Talbert.
Yes.
Timon.
No by proxy.
Thomas.
Yes.
Volgamore.
No, by proxy.
And Wolf. Okay. Bill 65 will fail on a vote of 22 to 18 to 0.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Seeing as that was final action on Bill 65, we'll go ahead and move into final action on Bill 66. If the author will please come forward.
Let's pop it.
Were any changes made?
I'd say just a bit.
Shoot. We kind of just revised the wording just a bit. I'll just reread it again if you want me to.
No, you don't have to reread it.
Oh.
The action items were struck. Yannick?
The changes made this reflect all of the amendments that you saw last week. It's the same deal.
Yep. You have first rights to debate.
So, what I think we should, if you notice that, I guess being green and being efficient is something that we need to be looking forward to in the near future. As you notice, we are producing more waste. We need to figure out ways to be more efficient and allowing students to participate in these things. If we can't do that, then how can we actually just reach our goals in terms of, shoot, mine's going blank already, oh my goodness. But I know there's a lot of people here, and I know some people personally that like to recycle, but they live off campus. It is tough for them to even find any opportunities to go to the recycling center that K-State provides. And the issue is, it's always closed. I went there the other day, and they were closed. Midday, they were closed. We need to figure out a way to have better recycling and just better opportunities to provide for students that are off campus to have recycling. Any questions?
No questions are allowed. Thanks, Alex.
That's just one of my parts.
Seeing as that was debate in the positive, we are now seeking speeches in the negative. Are there any further speeches in the positive? And are there any further speeches at all? Awesome. We'll go ahead and move into a roll call vote on Bill 66.
All right. Anderson.
Yes.
Bannister.
Yes.
Barron.
Yes.
Bellamy.
Yes.
Blood.
No.
Broughton.
Yep.
Brown.
Yes, by proxy.
Harry.
Yes.
Compton. Coy.
Yes.
DePaz.
Yes.
Dole.
Yes.
Gromes.
Yes.
Heatherman.
Yes, by proxy.
Hoffman.
Yep.
Hubnig.
Yes, by proxy.
Kamen.
Yes.
Kappelman.
Yes.
Kirshen. Kidd.
Yes.
Kermer.
Yes.
Kenzie. Labidi. Long.
Yes.
Middaugh. Morello.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Naretti.
Yes.
Navarro.
Yep.
Howery.
Yes.
Pelton.
Yes.
Phillips.
Yes.
Pilchard.
Yes.
Hondillo.
Yes, by proxy.
Rogers.
Yes, by proxy.
Sayat Carly.
Yes.
Sayat Nick.
Yes.
Salmon.
Yes.
Shear.
Yes.
Schweier. Spindler.
Abstain.
Stout. Strout. Tauber.
Yes.
Timon.
Yes, by proxy.
Thomas.
Yes.
Volgamore.
Yes, by proxy.
And Wolf. All right. Bill 66 will pass on a vote of 38 to 1 to 1.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. With that, we'll go ahead and move into final action on Resolution 45. If the author will please come forward. Were any changes made?
Only one change, I believe, on line 126, at least during last Senate, it accidentally said 1,292,200 on that first line. It's been corrected to 900 at the end. I don't remember if that got caught in committee or at Senate. Cool.
Your first rights to debate.
All right, everyone. So, like I mentioned last week, this is the outcome of our one-time funding process decisions. And so, again, we are using our general surplus dollars, which are our bond payments that we as students have made as part of our student services fee that we've collected in excess of what we are required to pay. And so, what we're doing here is essentially giving some relief to three of our biggest entities on the student services fee, our three biggest, in fact, being Lafine, the Union, and the Rec. They've had their budgets cut a lot, or in the Rec's case, they're coming up for review here pretty soon and are likely going to see a decrease as well. And so what we're trying to do is help supplement some of their operating budget so that they can really focus in and potentially keep some staff that they otherwise may not have been able to keep. And so we're really just trying to have a really big impact here on campus, take care of some of those one-time projects that are much needed by these entities. So I would really encourage you all to vote yes on this. Even with this total amount coming out of our general surplus account, we're still in a really strong position, general surplus wise, to be able to fund future projects that may or may not be on the horizon. This is just a really great first step to address some of the budget cuts that happened during COVID, really trying to help out some of those entities. So I would strongly encourage you to vote yes. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thanks, Blake. Seeing as that was debate in the positive, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Are there any further speeches in the positive? And are there any further speeches at all? Awesome. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into a hand vote on Resolution 45. All those in favor, please raise your placards. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. Awesome. Resolution 45 will pass. Thanks, everybody. With that, we'll go ahead and move into final action on Resolution 46. If the author will please come forward. Were any changes made?
Nope.
You have first rights to debate.
Okay, so this resolution came out of a survey asking students about their personal experiences on campus, as well as a lot of discussions with a lot of people on accessibility around campus. So this is really just meant to hold the university accountable for making really important improvements to existing infrastructure that has accessibility issues. And as stated in the resolution, there is a master plan in place, but it really doesn't give specifics on a timeline or specifics about individual buildings and things that will be implemented within those buildings in terms of accessibility. And so this resolution is really meant to give students, faculty, and staff an idea of how soon those improvements can be made so all students have equal access to all buildings all over campus. And I think it's an important step in the right direction to make those necessary improvements. And like I said, holding the university accountable for that. So.
Thanks, Maddie. Seeing as that was debate in the positive, we're now seeking speeches in the negative on Resolution 46. Cox Leader Kidd.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
Can we change either line 41 or line 43 in reference to titles? So line 41 has Dr. Jason Mace-Spur Tomlinson, but line 43 doesn't have Dr. in front of Timothy DeNoble.
Tim DeNoble does not have a doctorate.
You're right. Got me. Never mind.
I checked all of these last week after our discussion then, so.
Thank you, sorry.
You're good. Is that debate in the negative?
Oh, no, I point what he did. Point
Yes.
information.
College has 2 L's?
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead, Marcus.
Well, since we're on the topic, can we add doctor in front of Richard H. Lennon, at least?
Oh, yes, I did not catch that one. Thank you.
Ha! You're welcome.
Marcus really got me. Derek.
Casey Lauer doesn't have a Y on line 40.
Oh. Yep, thank you, Derek. Are there any further points of information? Or, Marcus.
Sorry, when do we reference Reagan as student body president versus when do we not? So like in this legislation, it's not, like he's not referenced, but for everyone else, we do reference their name, so I'm just asking.
Reference who?
Like, so student body president, so like, for everyone else, we have their title followed by their name. For him, we just have student body president and like there's no name to like identify him as a human, so.
Well, that's the, upon passage by Senate and signature of the student body president.
Sorry, I'm sorry, stupid, sorry.
You're good.
I'll shut up, sorry.
Anyway, are there any speeches in the negative? Are there any further speeches in the positive? And are there any further speeches at all? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a hand vote on Resolution 46. All those in favor, please raise your placards. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Resolution 46 will pass. And with that, we'll go ahead and move into final action on Resolution 47. If the author will please come forward.
Hey guys, this went into introduction last week. The whole thing that the Tuition Enhancements Committee does is it allocates the Educational Opportunity Fund in the fall and the Student-Centered Tuition Enhancements funding in the spring. These are just all of the final numbers we came to. There were 33 proposals, and they're all laid out. It was pretty straightforward. It was referred out favorably. So I urge you to vote yes so that they can all get their funding.
Thanks, Kate. Seeing as that was debate in the positive, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Are there any further speeches in the positive? And are there any further speeches at all? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into a hand vote on Resolution 47. All those in favor, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Resolution 47 will pass. And with that, we will go ahead and move into, introduction of allocations. Is there a motion to consider the allocations? Chair Long.
I move to consider the allocation. Second.
Okay, first up, we have Bill 67. This is the fiscal year 2023 student allocation to the Blue Key Honor Society. They requested $1,000 and they were recommended $1,000. Then we have Bill 68, which is the fiscal year 2023 student allocation to the Institute of Industrial Systems Engineers. They requested $1,000 and were recommended $1,000. Are there any questions or corrections for the allocations? Chair Long.
I am bringing Bill 67 to the introduction of legislation. Second.
Does that need a second? Jacob's allowed to do it unilaterally. So Jacob has moved it into introduction of legislation. And with Bill 67, yep, and with that, we will go ahead and move into introduction of legislation, starting first with Bill 67. If the author will please come forward. Well, is there a motion to consider Bill 67? It's already been considered. Jacob?
It's a weird one.
Yeah.
All right, Bill 67, FY 2023 student allocation to Blue Key Honor Society, authors myself and Caden Phillips, sponsors the Student Allocations Committee. Whereas the Student Allocations Committee received and reviewed the funding request of Blue Key Honor Society, BKHS. Whereas the funding request includes funds used for travel, therefore setting the allocation limit at $100 per student participant up to $1,000 for the travel-related line items. Whereas BKHS will be traveling to North Dakota State University in Fargo, North Dakota, with 10 students between January 12th and January 15th, 2023. Whereas BKHS will be attending the 2023 Blue Key National Leadership Conference. Whereas the conference will have a plethora of talks about leadership and several workshops to attend for the students to grow their leadership skills and knowledge of leadership practices. Whereas the leadership strategies BKHS takes away from the conference will be used on campus and benefit the student body through Blue Key's leadership programming. Whereas BKHS is registered with the Center for Student Involvement as a departmental student organization. And whereas the funds requested by this group and the funding recommendation made are as follows. Project 1, 2023 Blue Key National Leadership Conference from January 12th to 15th, 2023, North Dakota State University in Fargo, North Dakota. They requested $1,000 and recommended $1,000 as well. Be it enacted that Section 1, Blue Key Honor Society shall be allocated $1,000 for the event described. Section 2, pump hazard by the student and signature assumed by president. These funds shall be transferred from NISA Con RSV to the account NISA 0188CW of Blue Key Honor Society.
Thanks, Jacob. Are there any questions or corrections for the author? Seeing none, you can take your seat. Do you have a motion?
I do.
Can you state the motion?
Move to special order Bill 67. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to special order Bill 67. All those in favor, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2.
Point of order.
Chair Phillips.
Is debatable.
Okay. Jacob, you have first rights to debate.
I kind of laid it out already.
So that line we have in there about the number of people and the limit is because we can allocate for travel $100 per student going up to 10 students for a max of $1,000. When they came presented originally, they were going to have either 6 to 10. They weren't going to confirm until after that meeting the day after. And we said, well, we don't want to allocate 1,000. He said, don't have that many goings, then it's just dead funds. So what we wanted to be able to allocate the money, so we asked them to come back next week. They emailed me the day afterwards and said they had 10 people going confirmed. Their event is before we come back to be able to actually pass an allocation in committee to give them the money. And so we were going to special order this one so they can know they have the funds to be able to go to this trip before the trip actually happens.
Thanks, Jacob. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the motion to special order, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Are there any further speeches in the positive on the motion? And are there any further speeches at all? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into a hand vote on the motion to special order Bill 67. All those in favor, please raise your placards. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. That motion does carry, and we'll go ahead and move straight into final, well, no, yeah. It'll be moved into final action after we do the rest of the introduction. Blake, is that?
Technically.
Oh, we already did final action, so we'll move into final action right now.
Yeah.
Silly me. Will the author please come forward?
I have no further debate.
Thanks, Jacob. Seeing as that was debate in the positive, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Are there any further speeches in the positive? And are there any further speeches at all? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into a roll call vote on Bill 67.
Anderson.
Yes.
Bannister.
Yes.
Barron.
Yes.
Bellamy.
Yes.
Blood.
Pass.
Broughton. Brown. Brown. Carey. Carey.
Yes.
Compton. Coy.
Yes.
DePaz.
Yeah.
Dole.
Yes.
Gromis.
Yes.
Heatherman.
Yes, by proxy.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Hubnig.
Yes, by proxy.
Kamen.
Yes.
Kappelman.
Yes.
Kirshen. Caden.
Yes.
Kermer.
Pass.
Kenzie.
Yes.
Labidi. Long.
Yes.
Middaugh. Morello.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Loretti.
Yes.
Navarro.
Yes.
Oury.
Yes.
Pelton.
Yes.
Phillips.
Yes.
Pilchard.
Yes.
Pondillo.
Yes, by proxy.
Rogers.
Yes, by proxy.
Sayat Carly.
Yes.
Sayat Nick.
Yes.
Salman.
Yes.
Shear.
Yes.
Schweier. Spindler.
Yes.
Stout.
Yes.
Strout. Taubert.
Yes.
Timon.
Yes, by proxy.
Thomas.
Yes.
Volgamore.
Yes, by proxy.
And Wolf. Going back to the passes. Blood.
Yes.
And Kermer.
Yes.
All right, Bill 67 will pass 40 to 0 to 0.
Thanks, everybody. We're going to go ahead and do introduction on Bill 69, if there is a motion to consider Bill 69. Yeah. Is there a motion? Senator Salman.
Consider Bill 69. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to consider Bill 69. If the author will please come forward.
All right, Bill 22-2369, increase to the Counseling and Psychological Services Student Services Fee Agreement. Author Blake Phillips, sponsors Student Services Fee Committee, Evan Porter and Parker Volgamore. Whereas Counseling and Psychological Services is the primary mental health resource for K-State students and provides therapy, consultation, and referral information for the K-State family. Whereas the Student Services Fee Committee reviewed CAPS prior to fiscal year 2023. Whereas Bill 21-2259 decreased the CAPS budget by 18%, whereas the potential impacts of an 18% decrease were not realized, with the impact of the actual decrease being much worse. Whereas CAPS currently suffers from staffing shortages that are near unsustainable to remain accredited, whereas CAPS salaries are substantially below market value, whereas additional staffing support is needed at CAPS to provide necessary care to K-State students. Whereas on November 14th, 2022, the Student Services Fee Committee voted to review CAPS fiscal year 2024 budget, whereas CAPS presented to the Student Services Fee Committee on November 28th, 2022, whereas adding a master's level clinician and a doctoral level psychologist will help address staff level concerns at CAPS and supports the APA accredited internship program, which has been accredited since 1986. Whereas the addition of these two positions incurs a cost of $170,945, whereas the market salary increases for current and future staff helps ensure CAPS is competitive in the recruitment and retention of their staff, whereas market salary increases for current and future staff has a cost of $69,691, whereas additional funds for professional development helps ensure clinicians can maintain licensure and decreases the personal expense to do so. Whereas professional development expenses are budgeted for $11,000, and whereas the Student Services Fee Committee voted 9-0 to recommend the following Student Services Fee Agreement to the Student Senate. Be it resolved, or be it enacted that Section 1, the Kansas State University Student Governing Association approves the following Student Services Fee Budget Agreement. And so down below, you can see the new budget that we are giving CAPS. This is a one-year contract, so they will be up for review again next year, which is their normal cycle. And in addition to that, the increase amount is right about $250,000. I can get that exact number for you all. But if you just add up those three numbers up above, that is that increase amount from the previous amount, and all the rest of the sections.
Thanks, Blake. Are there any questions or corrections for the author? Okay, seeing none, you can take your seat. With that, we'll go ahead and move into introduction on Resolution 52. If there is a motion to consider Resolution 52. Caucus Leader Kidd.
I move to consider Resolution 52.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to consider Resolution 52. If the author will please come forward.
All right, Resolution 22-2352, allocation of student general surplus funds for CAPS budget relief. Authors Blake Phillips, sponsors Student Services Fee Committee Evan Porter and Parker Volgamore. Whereas the Student Services Fee Committee for the past 3 years has prioritized aligning the student services fee budget with the amount allocated each year to entities, whereas during the past 3 years, significant level-setting budget decreases have been required from entities to eliminate the student services fee overall budget deficit, whereas the Kansas State University Student Governing Association recognizes the impact of these budget decreases and commends entities for their efforts and dedication to students, whereas KSU SGA recognizes that budget decreases to CAPS reduce CAPS's budget to near unsustainable levels, specifically in the area of staffing, whereas the general surplus account currently has $3.2 million in available student bond fees, whereas there are more funds available than necessary to retain the level needed for debt service coverage, whereas in order to provide relief to entities, the Student Services Fee Committee Chair, Speaker of the Student Senate, and Student Body President explored utilizing general surplus funds to provide one-time budget enhancements to entities with high levels of staffing and overhead, whereas the Student Services Fee Committee Chair, Speaker of the Student Senate, and Student Body President requested proposals from Lafayette Health Center, Counseling and Psychological Services, the K-State Student Union, and Recreational Services to determine what projects could be funded using one-time general surplus funds. Whereas Resolution 22-2345 allocated funds to Lafayette Health Center, the K-State Student Union, and Recreational Services to provide budget relief. Whereas the Student Services Fee Committee Chair, Speaker of the Student Senate, and Student Body President did not recommend allocating funds to CAPS in Resolution 22-2345 due to CAPS needing funds for needing funds year over year to support salaries. Whereas on November 14th, 2022, the Student Services Fee Committee voted to review CAPS fiscal year 2024 budget, whereas CAPS presented to the Student Services Fee Committee on November 28th, 2022. Whereas market salary increases for current and future staff helps ensure CAPS is competitive in the recruitment and retention of their staff. Whereas market salary increases for current and future staff has a cost of $34,876 for the remainder of fiscal year 2023. That should just say current, not current and future. Whereas the Student Services Fee Committee Chair, Speaker of the Student Senate, and Student Body President deemed it was necessary to provide one-time funds to CAPS to have an immediate impact on salaries because support for these salaries beyond fiscal year 2023 was addressed in Bill 22-2369. Whereas in accordance with KSU SGA Statute 300703, general surplus funds should be utilized on projects that impact the student body, contribute to the long-range goals of K-State, and add value to campus and have received approval by KSU SGA. And whereas this recommendation has been reached through discussions with the Student Services Fee Committee, the Vice President for Administration and Finance, and Kansas State University Administration. Be it resolved that Section 1, KSU SGA recommends and approves that $34,876 be allocated for the general surplus account to the following entities to use on the following projects. Market salary increases $34,876 requested, same thing recommended. Section 2, KSU SGA requires that allocated money shall be utilized on the projects listed above and shall not be utilized for other purposes. Section 3, upon the expense of each project listed above, the respective entity shall submit itemized receipts to the Student Services Fee Committee Chair and shall include expenses in their annual report. Section 4, monies not utilized by the end of fiscal year 2023 shall be transferred back to the general surplus account. Section 5, if at any point the Student Services Fee Committee Chair, Speaker of the Student Senate, and Student Body President determine that CAPS has improperly utilized their respective funds, a resolution may be passed by KSU SGA to terminate this agreement. And Section 6, upon passage by the Student Senate and signature of the Student Body President, a copy of this resolution shall be sent to Morrison Family Associate Vice President for Student Wellbeing, Kathleen Hatch, Lafine Health Center Lafine Health Center Associate Director Shecky Davis, Assistant Director of CAPS Dr. Cody Walls, Center for Student Involvement Accountant Amy Lee, Chief Audit Executive Jana Clark, Student Services Fee Committee Advisor Jen Owensby, Division of Financial Services Association, sorry, that should be Associate, Vice President Fran Wilbrandt, Vice President for Student Life and Dean of Students Dr. Thomas Lane, Vice President for Administration and Finance Ethan Erickson, and University President Dr. Richard H. Linton.
Thanks, Blake. Are there any questions or corrections for the author? Senator Kamen.
I have a question from one of the people who couldn't be here today. Will this bill help with hiring an eating disorder specialist since CAPS no longer has one?
So this being either of the two or this one specifically? Well, actually, I'll answer both, yeah. This one specifically, no. So what this resolution does is helps basically give pay increases to the workers who are currently at CAPS. They work well below market value. In fact, there are some of them who are seeking community work to help offset the amount that they make at CAPS because it's so low, which decreases the amount of appointments available to students. So that's what that is trying to address in this resolution. In that first bill, though, I don't have information on if either of these two positions will address specifically eating disorders or not. The only information that I have is that, and that's on line 34, a master's level clinician and a doctoral level psychologist. What their exact categories will be, I'm not sure. I think that may depend on who's hired.
They'll do a national search for both of these individuals to fill the doctoral level psychologist and master's level therapist. I think we can probably pass along to Kathleen and Shecky that that is something that students are interested in, but like there's no guarantee and they won't search specifically for an individual that fits into that criteria because there are a lot of other specific criteria that there are needs for, if that makes sense.
They say thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thanks, Blake. You can take your seat. And with that, is there a motion to, Chair Phillips?
I move the special order Bill 69 and Resolution 52.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to special order Bill 69 and Resolution 52. Blake, since you made the motion, you can give the first speech on the motion.
Thank you very much. So a similar theme that you will hear tonight for special ordering. We're about to come up on winter break, so some stuff is time sensitive. For this resolution specifically, we really want to get this passed before winter break so that over winter break we can get these funds transferred and those raises can be given because it's right about half a year. We're in the middle of the fiscal year now, so it's a really great point to be be able to do that. So that's the reason for the resolution. We also want to give CAPS some budget certainty as they are going to be up for review again next year. I believe it'll be their 4th or 5th year in a row being reviewed, which is unheard of. And so we want to give them as much certainty as they can so that they can start those searches and really begin the process of helping students.
Are there any, oh, yeah. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the motion, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Are there any further speeches in the positive? And are there any further speeches at all? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into a hand vote on the motion to Special Order Bill 69 and Resolution 52. All those in favor, please raise your placards. Proxies raised 2. All those opposed, same sign. Awesome, that motion will carry. With that, we'll go ahead and move into final action on Bill 69. Chair Long.
Roll call, Bill 69 and 70.
Did you say Bill 69 and 70?
68, 69.
Bill 69 and Resolution 52? Resolution 52 will be a hand vote. We will not take a roll call vote on that.
Never mind.
Thanks, Jacob.
Cool.
Were any changes made?
Not that I actually, sorry, I did catch one on the Bill 69 while I was reading it that I didn't say. The first time I mentioned caps, line 14, that should be in all caps. But sorry.
Line 14 on Bill 69?
Yes.
Whereas the Student Services Fee Committee, oh, yep, there it is. Awesome.
I had no intention of making that pun. That just came up. I'm sorry.
You have first rights to debate.
All right, everyone. I'm just going to go ahead and combine my debates, and I'll yield the next one. So I think that this is a really awesome change. The committee put in a lot of really great work. CAPS is honestly one of the reasons why we started this one-time funding process in general. And unfortunately, just kind of due to their needs, we weren't able to give them one-time funds initially. We wanted to make sure that their budget in the future would support that. And so that is why we took into our own hands the process of reviewing CAPS. We wanted to make sure that we got this right because that accreditation status is on the line. And it's an area that is really seeing an increased demand and is really important for students. So this is something that we wanted to really prioritize as a committee, and I'm really happy with the work that the committee did. And working with administration, this is something that we talked about in our leadership meeting with administration because our goal this year was to eliminate the budget deficit. And with this change, there's a consequence to that where that may not happen. But that's ultimately something that we were okay with because we really value CAPS and we needed to get that work done. So I really encourage a yes vote on this. If you are considering anything but a yes vote, I would really encourage you to talk to me first because there is a situation, or sorry, if you are planning on voting no, I would really encourage you especially to vote no on the resolution if the bill does not pass. We don't want to give the one-time funds out and then basically have the people who get raises have to get knocked back down again at next semester or in the fall. That's not really something we want to do. So that's why these two bills are being special ordered together. Really, please pass these pieces of legislation to really help support our mental health programs here on campus. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Blake. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on Bill 69, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. And are there any further speeches in the positive? Any further speeches at all? Seeing none, we'll move into a roll call vote on Bill 69.
Okay. Anderson.
Yes.
Bannister.
Yes.
Barron.
Yes.
Bellamy.
Yes.
Blood. Broughton.
Yep.
Brown.
Yes. By proxy.
Carey.
Yes.
Compton. Coy.
Yes.
DePaz.
Yeah.
Dole.
Yes.
Gromis.
Yes.
Heatherman.
Yes, by proxy.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Hubnig.
Yes, by proxy.
Kamen.
Yes.
Kappelman.
Yes.
Kirshen. Kidd.
Yes.
Kermer.
Yes.
Kenzie.
Yes.
Labidi. Long,
Yes.
Middaugh, Morello, Murphy,
Yes.
Noretti,
Yes.
Navarro,
Yes.
Lowry,
Yes.
Pelton,
Yes.
Phillips,
Yes.
Pilchard,
Yes.
Pondillo,
Yes, by proxy.
Rogers,
Yes by proxy?
Syatt Carly,
Yes.
Syatt Nick,
Yes.
Salmon,
Yes.
Shear,
Yes.
Schweier, Spindler,
Yes.
Stout,
Yes.
Strout, Talbert,
Yes.
Timon,
Yes by proxy.
Thomas,
Yes.
Volgamore,
Yes by proxy.
and Wolf.
Yes.
Okay. Bill 69 will pass 40 to 0 to 0.
Awesome. With that, we will go ahead and move into final action on Resolution 52. The author yielded his debate. Would someone like to claim that positive debate? Are there any speeches in the negative? Okay. I don't think I have to call for speeches in the positive again, so we'll just go ahead and move into a hand vote. All those in favor of Resolution 52, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. Thanks, everybody. Resolution 52 will carry. And with that, we'll go ahead and move into introduction on Resolution 53, if there's a motion to consider Resolution 53. Senator Pelton.
I move to consider resolution 53. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to consider Resolution 53. If the author will please come forward.
Awesome. All right. Resolution 22-2353, KSU SGA support of Wareham Hall renovation. Authors Cameron James Rose, sponsors Jeff Ebeck, Evan Porter, and Parker Volgamore. Whereas Kansas State University Student Governing Association is obligated to advocate for initiatives that benefit the KSU student body. Whereas the proposed renovation of the historic Wareham Opera House in downtown Manhattan seeks to create a state-of-the-art multi-purpose space to host a variety of different events, for the Manhattan community and surrounding areas. Whereas the renovated building will be known as Wareham Hall and be operated by a 501c3 entity called Wareham Hall Incorporated. Whereas this space creates a unique opportunity for cultural growth through the expansion through expansion of the performing arts in Manhattan, Kansas, and the K-State community. Whereas with the current goal of hosting 260 unique events per year, this space will provide Kansas State students the opportunity to be included in performances that showcase their abilities and talents. Whereas the proposed Wareham Hall venue will draw an estimated 50,000 plus annual attendees while increasing the local student and graduate employment opportunities for jobs within the performing arts and entertainment industries. Whereas this dynamic space will be also available for academic utilization by many departments at Kansas State University. The KSU School of Music, Theater, and Dance, for example, is home to over 54 faculty members, 3,000 to 4,000 students per semester, and many programs including History of Rock and Roll, which is one of the most popular classes at the university. However, the department is severely limited in its ability to grow and improve its academic programs due to inadequate facilities on campus and in the region. And whereas there are currently no comparable venues of size, versatility, and technological advancement in the surrounding region with the intent of benefiting their community through the expansion of the performing and visual arts. Be it resolved that Section 1, Kansas State University Student Governing Association expresses its full support of the initiative to renovate the historic Wareham Opera House in downtown Manhattan into a dynamic performing arts center known as Wareham Hall. Section 2, the KSU SGA recommends Wareham Hall Incorporated consider recognizing a standing student representative on their council to help continue the relationship and facilitate the mutual interest in developing the arts and hosting events in the community. Section 3. Upon passage by the Student Senate and signature of the student body president, a copy of this resolution shall be sent to President of the Board of Directors of Wareham Hall Incorporated, Blade Mages, and Kansas State University President Richard H. Linton.
Awesome. Thanks, Cameron. Before I take any questions, I got the doctor on Richard H. Linton, There's a bunch of commas in there that don't need to be in there. Marcus, was that what you were?
I was, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Are there any further questions or corrections? Emerging Leaders Coordinator Lynn.
Do we know if for those like academic classes and stuff that might be happening, is the university going to have to pay to use the space for those kinds of things?
So essentially, this is a collaborative. It's a collaborative venue. So the payment is not like. I guess the short answer would be no. Up front, they want to work with K-State, right? So they have reached out to the department of, or I guess the theater department and the music department have essentially been working with Blade Mages to make sure that this opportunity goes forward, and they have the support of that department right now. So I know that right now Blade voiced that he wants to promote something for K-State. He wants to create a venue that is operational for the student body and create something that can host events like that for students. He wants students to be involved in the processes of what goes on in this venue as well. And I think through that, there will be obviously some venues where students will have to pay to go that are not put on by K-State. Like every event at this at the Wareham is not going to be a K-State event, but for those K-State events, those are going to be put on by the university. I believe they're going to be free of charge. So,
are there any further questions? Caucus Leader Kidd.
Is there a reason why in Section 3 we're not also sending a copy of this to the Chief of Staff who leads Community Relations?
Because it's vacant right now.
There is a vacant. Yes.
That's why. Thank you.
Wonderful question.
Follow up. Is there an interim person in that position right now?
There is not.
Cool.
No.
Any further questions? Emerging Leaders Coordinator Lynn.
When you say free of charge, is that free of charge for
It's
the
going to be
university?
subsidized for the students. So like for people
Okay.
that want to go watch the program,
Yeah.
it's going to be like obviously you're going to most likely have to pay a price. It's going to be a subsidized price, so it's going to be cheaper than a traditional play at a university price. That's what Blade had mentioned. Obviously, like these are details that will be ironed out once the processes will be completed. Right now, this is just a support of going forward and creating something. Within the resolution, we're going to have someone on, like, we're presenting something to have a student representative on their board so that these things can be ironed out down the line. We obviously don't have all the details figured out right now. We just want to voice the support to have something available for the students within those programs because currently there's nothing available for them. So,
Senator Gomez.
May I please be added as a sponsor?
You may.
Yes.
Any further questions? Chair Long.
Is that 3,000 and 4,000 students per semester number recent? I don't know, but a quarter of the students at K-State being part of music, theater, and dance seems a bit high to me.
that came directly from the department head.
It may include students that are just enrolled in classes in the School of Music, Theater, and Dance, not necessarily majors and minors. Jeff is shaking his head, yes. Senator Kamen.
This is a question that I don't know if you'll know the answer to, but I'm just curious. What type of renovations are they considering, and will they be, like, how will they preserve the historic aspect of the Opera House?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So the historic aspect, I don't want to ramble here, but the historic aspect was something that he was very passionate about. His organization has worked very closely with the original owners of the Opera House, and he wants to preserve that. Right now, they're trying to raise money to renovate it, right? There are certain things that cost a lot of money. The sound system is extremely outdated, and the HVAC system is the original HVAC system from the building, which was constructed back, in like the 1930s or 1940s or something like that. And so they need to replace that, obviously. And that's I don't know the exact. He said the exact amount. It was $100,000 plus. Do you remember how much the HVAC was?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a ton of money, and the sound system was also a ton of money as well. So those are two main things. They're also purchasing. I don't know if you've been in the Wareham. There's an upstairs portion to the right side that's not utilized right now by where they originally thought they want to make kind of an upstairs seating type deal. If you think of like Ford's Theater, the side seating where you can look in and watch plays and whatnot. They realized that that was a good idea, but they kind of had a better idea of putting a bar up there and creating a space where they could fit more people. They wanted to focus on capacity because essentially the more people that they can fit in there, whether it be the top floor and the bottom floor, the bigger events they can host, right? So they want it to be a space that can be operational for events for Kansas State. They also want it to be a space where the city of Manhattan can host performers that they previously couldn't have in the space or in the region, because we don't have a comparable facility within 250 miles. So yeah, I hope that answered your question. Yeah.
Are there any further questions? Chair Phillips?
Would McCain be considered a comparable venue?
Yeah, so McCain is actually on board with this project. They're not considered a comparable venue to the size and scope that the Wareham is trying to reach with this project, and the owner of McCain is actually on board with creating this project to further the arts in the city of Manhattan.
Granted.
And then, I'm so sorry, this is going to sound like it's come out of nowhere. Has this been run by general counsel at all? Just curious.
The resolution or the idea?
Either.
There was letters from the Department of Music and is it Tim Holberg?
Yeah.
The director of Todd.
Yeah.
Yes. They wrote letters of support that were basically verbatim of different pieces from their departments at large. So this resolution is not specifically
Caucus Leader Kidd.
Thank you. So since it seems like there are other departments that are on board, would you be in favor of adding those to the bottom of section 3, sending them a copy of the resolution?
Yeah, 100%. I don't see why not. I just know that for this, I think that after talking with Blade and going back and forth and kind of editing verbiage that made sense with their corporation and their vision with what we wanted to accomplish through this resolution, that's kind of what we ended up with. But I think that would be a great addition, and I think we'd love to add that. So
If you can, other than Todd, if you can get me those specific names before we certify it, then we can get them added.
Of course.
Any further questions? Caucus Leader Kidd.
Sorry.
You're good.
Maybe you can answer this, but I think someone back there can. The city commissioners have they had any input on this or any sort of discussion been with city leadership with anything regarding this?
Nick, do you know anything about that?
I beg your pardon.
Has there been any conversations within the city about this?
I have never heard about this before this resolution, so it is either above my pay grade or no.
Yeah, so I guess I'll speak a little bit on that. I know that city leaders, I don't necessarily know if city leaders have been informed of the changes, but I do know that there are some very profound, important figures in the city of Manhattan that are on board with the project. And essentially, once this goes through, they're looking for donations due to the 501c3 that they're trying to achieve. And so they need donations to obviously generate revenue to go forward with the project. So that's kind of the ideology behind the whole resolution. And I don't think we have any city leaders behind it quite yet, but I think as the project goes on, I don't see why any wouldn't be behind it. So. Do you have anything, Parker, do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, well, the city council came behind the idea of developing specifically, this is important to the Aggieville district and the historical context that adds, and they want to develop out of it the opportunity to host festivals, like music festivals and film festivals and things like that. And so I don't know if there's a programming type council or something in the city or the county. But I know one of the city council members was a part of that discussion about how to develop the greater Aggieville business, or not Aggieville, sorry, the downtown district that the Wareham's in, is why that's important for this.
Peyton?
Yeah. I know you said that McCain was not a comparable venue to this. Can you just explain why it's not a comparable venue?
100%. So the technology is not comparable, and also the capacity. I can send you a deck I can put out a deck. I don't know if we can do that. But there's a deck with specific information from the marketing agency that has all the specifics that they've gone through and looked at specific. They've essentially taken a deep dive into the data to make sure that this would be an effective move and create something that would be beneficial to the K-State community. That's kind of why they're going forward with this. And all that data is available, I believe. I don't know if it's available for the public, but I'm sure we can get that to you if you want it. So.
Sorry, follow up.
Granted.
Do you know, are they like expanding the seating capacity of it? Because like the Wareham has a seating capacity of 400 and McCain has like a capacity of 1,700.
Yeah, so they are expanding the capacity. Parker, what is it? Is it 2,000? Is that what they're shooting for?
Yeah, and it's also the versatility. So, you can host weddings, receptions, all sorts of different. It's not just how many people can you sit in auditorium-style seats for a play.
Yeah, like Parker was saying earlier, don't mean to interrupt you, but like Parker was saying earlier, with the city being on board and hosting festivals and also being able to host, the K-State Orchestra and theatrical events for the university while also having the versatility to host weddings, it's something that McCain is fully not capable of doing in the status quo. That's why we think that this facility is, the future and would be extremely beneficial to the K-State community and Manhattan and kind of build a bridge there for the future of the arts within the community.
Todd's letter expresses that a lot better. We can provide those to the body for context too, if that would help.
Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thanks, Cameron. You can take your seat. Chair Phillips?
I move to Special Order Resolution 53.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to Special Order Resolution 53. Blake, since you made the motion, you have first rights to debate.
Doesn't matter. Cool.
All right, everyone. Hello. So, like I mentioned, common theme, winter break coming up. With this resolution specifically, I know that the Wareham is trying to do a lot of their fundraising for some of this stuff over winter break, and so having the student opinion on this before we head out for the holidays would really be beneficial to them and allow them to help do some of that fundraising. And so that's the reason why I want to special order this today, because that will be a really important tool for them to be able to utilize while they do some of their fundraising.
Thanks, Blake. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the motion, we're now seeking speeches in the negative on the motion. Chair Long.
Yeah, we've talked about what special ordering is used for tonight, and it's when procedural processes necessitate that we expedite things. I'm missing why this needs to be expedited. As far as I'm aware, they haven't even closed on the property yet. They are still in the process of setting up the 501c3 and purchasing it. They're not in construction phases. They're not at the point of that anything where they're making design decisions or the real monetary gain stages. I understand, and I can support this, but there's two things here. A, there's no procedural need for this to go through tonight. I understand the desire to, but there's no process of Senate that requires it to happen. Secondly, there were a whole lot of questions, the most questions asked of any single thing this year just asked. If we special order it, we've got to vote on it right now tonight. There are a lot of things I think a lot of us like to ask and talk about and learn before we vote on this and say we approve something with the city of Manhattan. We're not even talking about something on K-State. We're saying we like this with the city, and we're talking about city planning now. That is something entirely different. I think we should take our time on that.
President Vogelmohr.
Positive.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. I just want to provide a little bit more context about where this came from and why we want to special order this and get it through as soon as possible tonight with this resolution. So about probably 3 weeks, a month ago, we were approached by Blade and the Wareham Council about what this project would look like. And it was really, at first, we set up an initial meeting just to say, hey, here's what we have going forward. They actually had at that point already purchased the property and were moving forward with the development plans from that point. They're like, one thing we hadn't really considered that's a pretty integral part of Manhattan is the K-State community. At the point that they reached out to us, they'd already connected with, as I mentioned earlier, Todd, as well as the programming councils for the Department of Music, Arts, and Theater, and all of those. And they wrote like 3- and 4-page overwhelming letters of support about why this was important and how awesome this was going to be for their students, the K-State students, and then the K-State community. So in having this conversation, and actually at the point we had our conversation 3 weeks ago, they had raised almost $4 million from donors specifically going directly towards the renovation of this facility. A lot of those, can't name any names, but we're significant K-State supporters and philanthropists as well. So our idea with this going forward was, hey, if we get our foot in the door as Kansas State, this is going to set up incredible opportunities for programming at the university going forward. When I talk to students, some of the biggest challenges we have right now is how come we aren't hosting cool concerts, fun events, comedy cellar nights, stuff like that at the university? Really, the answer is simpler than you might realize, and it's that we don't have the facilities and the space to really do that effectively and well right now. McCain lacks the versatility. You can't really have concerts there because it's all just auditorium seating, and that can't change. Plus, it doesn't have the good technology to be able to do some of those things. And just a number of other reasons why this is good. But I'm going to put a pause on that because I think everybody agrees that this is a cool idea and could be really fun for the community. Why is it important to special order tonight? Well, for one, we probably should have had this out in Senate a week ago. I recognize that 2 weeks ago, I guess, before Thanksgiving. But we wanted to adjust the verbiage and get it just right, exactly what we needed. So we went back and forth with Blade, who's the person we're sending this to as the president of the board of directors, as well as Todd and the director of music, theater, and dance at K-State, to make sure that we had a complementary but also unique narrative that was coming just from the student body. In this, we really try to express just the need for this type of facility. But okay, again, why is this needed to be special ordered? Well, for one, as the end of the fiscal year nears here, because if we don't pass this, it won't pass till January 26th. All the philanthropy, fundraising, all those dollars come in before the end of the year. There's always a huge push for that before January 1st. So we've got to get this done before that, get this in the hands as a tool of support from K-State for their fundraising efforts going through the end of the year. We wanted to have it actually to them last week because they had some donor meetings before. Instead, we just went and joined in on some of those meetings and talked with some of those donors about what it would look like as a K-State partnership. But to get something down on paper as just a general expression of support for this type of venue where eventually K-State students will be serving on the board and we will get to determine what types of events are going to be happening is going to be a really cool opportunity. I mean, it even got far enough we were discussing like what would a line item on our student service fee look like to subsidize performance time, free concerts and stuff. So with that, I'll yield, but this is important, so thanks.
Thanks, Parker. Seeing as that was debate in the positive, well, before I seek any further speeches, I would like to make a clarification. A previous speaker made a point about the corporation not having closed on the property. If you check the county property records, 410 Points Ave, which is the address of the Wareham Theater, is owned by the Wareham Hall Renovation Fund. So I just wanted to put that clarification out there. But yeah, seeing as that was debate in the positive, we're now seeking speeches in the negative on the motion to special order. Are there any further speeches in the positive on the motion to special order? And are there any further speeches at all? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into a hand vote on the motion to special order Resolution 53. All those in favor, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion will carry, and we'll go ahead and move into final action on Resolution 53. If the author will please come forward.
Perfect. All right. So I think the importance of this bill passing is really beyond, SGA here. I think it stems really into the integral parts of Manhattan and the relationship that we can build with, as K-State with the city of Manhattan. I think it's extremely important to continue to foster this relationship. And what this bill does is it reaches out to an ex-K-State student in Blade Mages and his organization, his marketing organization that has now taken on this project to try and give back to the community while also promoting something for the university. I think that if we look at the long-term effects of what this can actually bring for the university, it's pretty clear to see that this will be extremely beneficial for the School of Music, Theater, and Dance, while also creating a space for students to go watch these different, or go watch and be in attendance for these events. It's extremely important to get students more involved in these events, and I think that opening up a new space like this will promote that involvement that we need here at K-State. Beyond that, I think that Parker covered a lot of the things well, a lot of the benefits of this bill and the opening, or I guess the renovation of the Wareham and the future opening. I think that beyond that, just simply based off of the types of events that can be put on at this space, the versatility, the usage, I think that the support of K-State gives them the ability to raise the money needed to go forward with this renovation, to promote this historic downtown district into its next generation. As we see in the community, we're going that way. Manhattan is growing, it's ever changing, it's ever evolving, but it's very unique that we have an opportunity to be a part of something that continues the historic legacy that downtown promotes, that the Wareham Hall promotes, and it's been, it's one of the oldest movie houses in the country. And with that being, right in our local downtown, promoting the historic, the historic importance of the Wareham Hall, but also standing behind it as something that can be important for K-State, and also the ever-changing aspect of Manhattan as we see the Aggieville Business District continuing to grow, as Parker touched on, the university continuing to grow and expand in its real estate development, and with the whole EDGE project going on, it's going to be a completely different place here in 5 to 10 years. And we want to keep up with the times. We want to keep up with ever-changing environments, but we also want to hold true to who we are as a city and as a university, and make sure that we continue to promote the historic downtown district while also creating a space for students. So that is all I have, and I really think that this would be beneficial for the university and the city. So thank you.
Thanks, Cameron. Seeing as that was debate in the positive, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Chair Saya,
I have an amendment.
how do you want to do this?
I feel like it's easier to say, just striking the last whereas clause. That's the amendment.
Okay. So just to repeat it for anyone that might not have heard it, Chair Saya proposed an amendment to strike the last whereas clause. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Nick, you can come up and explain the amendment.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. I think that this resolution is really fantastic. I'm really excited to see investment in downtown especially, and I absolutely think that we as K-State should support it. But obviously there's at least some hesitation about pushing this piece of legislation through tonight. Like there are at least some people in this room that want a little bit more time to look at all of the information presented and be sure whether or not we as a body should be giving our stamp of approval. But I also understand that there are really serious motivations to get this through because of the impact that it can have on fundraising. So I wanted to take out the clause that made me almost a little, it made me nervous. The last whereas clause, I think, makes a lot of commentary on the community and potentially other businesses that could exist, right? Like the versatility and technological ability of other event venues in Manhattan, that feels like a completely subjective judgment, and I'm really not sure whether or not that's the kind of statement we should be making. I don't want to get us into trouble with other businesses or venues that may feel like they are catering to this need. Everything else in this legislation is fantastic. It talks about real facts about what the Wareham renovation is going to provide and create. I think all of that content is fantastic. I just don't want to be making these kinds of judgments. I feel like that makes this legislation a lot simpler. That's all.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Nick. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the amendment, we're seeking speeches in the negative. President Volgamore.
So while I see I see the cause for concern and hesitancy with maybe this particular whereas clause in the resolution, I wanted to read a little bit from the letter of support from Todd Holmberg, who is the director of the McCain Performing Arts Center, who says specifically, "We do not have the performance facilities needed for our programs and up to 200 annual events. It is an open and obvious problem for our faculty and students, and the Wareham Hall project is a jewel of opportunity and gives us great hope to this end. As I will attempt to explain, it is more than a building renovation, but would enormously affect the personal lives and livelihoods of thousands of people in very significant ways. When considering the size of our school compared to those in the Big 12 and all the Kansas Regent schools, we are one of the largest programs, yet have considerably the fewest number of venues. Although most have an on-campus chapel and McCain-type series venues, we are the only one without a dedicated concert hall for the music program, not just among the Big 12, but even among the Kansas Regent schools, many of which are significantly smaller than us. We desperately need a versatile concert hall like that provides in the Wareham. That is provided in the Wareham. There is just no performing arts venue of any size, scale, or comparison to this in our region accessible to our university." So to that, I think this whereas clause is unique and important to the overall narrative of why are we supporting this in the first place? Well, it's because there's nothing really comparable. And then lastly, I would just add, this is going to happen regardless of whether we want to or not. They've fundraised most of the money, maybe not most, but a significant amount of the money. They're on the way. They've started and they're building this. What we do by expressing our support with this resolution is put our foot in the door for opportunity for programming in the future and having a voice in that. And by showing that this is something that students are interested in and this is something we support, we hope to be able to work with the Programming Council to determine what types of events are hosted in the future. So we're not voting right now whether or not we build or renovate Wareham Hall. That is happening, that is taking place, and it is going to. All we're doing right now is trying to get behind this project so that we have opportunity in the future to really be able to work with this group going forward.
Thanks, Parker. Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the amendment, we're now seeking speeches in the positive on the amendment. Chair Long.
I agree with everything a previous speaker said. I think we should be behind this project and everything like it. The issue with that whereas clause is not only does it say that we're behind it, it says this is the best one of them all, the only one like it, and the only one that there ever will be. It is not just support, it is support above all others. It is not just saying that we think this project is the correct project to go for. It is saying that it's the one that is going to be the only possible one to accomplish the goals in this, and that is simply not true. Right now, Wareham Hall is going to be rebuilt. Right now, it is ostensibly worse than McCain as a venue. It is smaller, older, outdated, all that. Money can be dedicated to any number of venues to renovate them, increase them, bring them up to the needs, build new ones. We are just getting behind this project. I'm not sure. I don't want to say that this one is better than building McCain new auditorium, building anything else, or anything like that. All we want to do is get behind this, not say it's the best thing there ever possibly could be.
Thanks, Jacob. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the amendment, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Emerging Leaders Coordinator Lynn.
I motion to send this to Senate Executive Committee.
Okay, the motion has been made to refer this resolution to the Senate Executive Committee. Because that motion takes higher precedent than the motion to amend, we will stop debate on the motion to amend and start debate on the motion to refer to the committee. Peyton, since you made the motion, you have first rights to debate.
Point of information, was the motion with or without the amendment?
No, the amendment has not been adopted, so it will be the bill in its current form.
Point of order.
Chair Phillips.
The motion can be referred to a committee with an amendment. Pressing.
I'm going to move to send it without the amendment.
Cool.
I think it's really obvious that this, there are a lot more things that people in this body want to know about this resolution and all of the context that goes along with it. I don't think it's a particularly wise decision to leave, frankly, a lot of questions tonight unanswered. And so I would encourage you all to send this back to committee so that we can have more discussions. That committee can talk about some of these amendments that have been posed on the floor tonight, and then we can voice our support if we decide that we do want to support it during the next meeting. That's all I've got.
Thanks, Peyton. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the motion to refer this to the Senate Executive Committee, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Director James Rose.
Perfect. So in my opinion, that essentially just leads to an unnecessary chain of bureaucracy. It's not necessary to take this any further. In my opinion, we're looking to do a good thing for the city of Manhattan. Like Parker said, this is going to happen regardless of if we support it or not. Getting our foot in the door early only gives us an advantage. There's no disadvantages to this, in my opinion, and I haven't heard any tonight presented on the floor. The only thing that I've heard is confusion over specifics within the renovation, which we all, like with these specifics within the renovation, are still being configured to meet the specific goals that are constantly being adapted by the city. And if the university gets in early, these adaptations will be made as working with Blade Mages. But in my opinion, if we push this any further and we do not pass this tonight, we're giving up a great opportunity of getting our foot in the door as Kansas State University to promote something that's good for the city and could be potentially great for our students. I think it'd be a shame to push this off and not be a part of this and let our fellow students down in the band department, theater department, and School of Dance. Thank you.
Thanks, Cameron. Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the motion, we're now seeking speeches in the positive. Senator Kamen.
We've already had one amendment and it took about 3 seconds. One of the previous speakers was correct. There is a lot of confusion. I think that is why it's essential for it to be sent to a committee. Committees are not just there for the general body, for that committee to vote on it and refer it. It gives the Senate an opportunity to go and talk it out with that committee, to learn more and to bring their concerns. If that amendment fails, who's to say there won't be another one fixing, instead of maybe not the entire whereas clause, a few words? How many more are there going to be? There's obviously a lot of confusion, and the best way to work through this is to have it sent to that committee, to give the Senate time to learn research out of Senate and talk it out with those people. So I think that sending it to committee will only have positive benefits. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the motion, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. President Vogelmoor.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, in effect, of what this would do is not at all unlike the vote we literally just had to call this the previous question, or to special order this resolution. The time is of the essence. We've got to get this done so they can use this as support to get the fundraising in before the end of the new year. After that point, we might as well just not even pass it. It's not going to do us any good after they've got their fundraising pushed through at the end of the year. If we don't pass this resolution tonight, it goes all the way until January 26th when we're back in Senate. It's back in final order to be able to be passed. So I highly encourage you to vote against that motion. Pass this resolution tonight. Let's get this done. This is what's good for the student body. It's a good thing. I understand some of the confusion, but it's not all that entirely specific in and of itself. It's expressing the support for this type of venue. This specific whereas clause that questions were raised about does not indicate specificity towards any venue. It does not mention the Wareham Theater in that whereas clause. It doesn't show any preference to the Wareham. That whereas clause just says there's no comparable venues of its size, versatility, and advancement in this technological advancement in the region. That is an explicitly true statement. Like I said, we don't have that slide deck that they presented to us and to the other letters of support, but everybody at the university thus far has openly and widely supported this. And I really, really feel that we should support this as a student body because it's the right thing to do. And time is absolutely of the essence that we get this done.
Thanks, Parker. Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the motion, we're now seeking speeches in the positive. Chair Long.
Fucking know it's not a lot tonight. All right, we're waffling on why we're doing this. If it's time is of the essence, they need the money, great. But it sounds like this is already happening, it's going forward, they already have $4 million. That doesn't seem true. If it's for the student benefit, there's no reason it has to be done tonight. It can be done in January, same thing. The concern is for having the university in the door to talk about it. Sounds like they already are, because they were working with us. They want to work with our students. There have been letters to it and stuff like that. It seems like the only reason it needs to get passed tonight is so they can potentially use it for fundraising. They already have the support of all the departments and faculty. I fail to see why we need to put our stamp of approval on it tonight so they can fundraise more money for a thing that's already happening.
Thanks, Jacob. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the motion, I'm now seeking speeches in the negative.
At the point of information.
Go ahead.
Is there a way if this were to get referred to committee or if there is a way for this not to get passed tonight, is there a way to come back together and pass it before January 26th?
That is an excellent question, Peyton. There's someone in the room that has the power to unilaterally call a special meeting of the Student Senate. His name is Parker Volgamore. He's sitting over there shaking his head. That is an option. Or 10% of the student body can also call us to order. So if you want to hold a special whip round and get 15,000 votes, or 1,500 votes, good luck. Caucus Leader Oury?
Okay, question of, can I ask anybody?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, President Volgamore, how does this hurt our stand? Will they not let us use it in the future? Or
well, because the biggest push in fundraising, philanthropy raising, has to go through before the end of the year. So yes, while it is true as a previous speaker and myself have indicated, they have started to fundraise money. They're not even near the quarter to halfway mark yet, and there's a lot of work to be done. And when donors see that students support it, and they see that students want to be a part of it, that's how we get our foot in the door, and that's why we have to do it while the big push of fundraising is happening right now.
So if we support it now, we could get more access later.
Basically. That's the idea, yeah. I can't say that for sure, but yes, it's certainly more so than if we didn't pass it right now.
Yeah. I'm now seeking speeches in the negative on the motion to refer this to the Senate Executive Committee. Are there any further speeches in the positive? Everyone hold on just a second. Blake, come here. I have a question of parliamentary procedure that I am not entirely sure how to answer.
It's about to go down. In case you didn't know.
Okay, can I get a motion for like a 3-minute recess? Senator Kappelman.
I motion for a 3-minute recess. Second.
All those in favor, raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All those opposed? Okay, that carries. Thank you, everybody. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're going to go ahead and bring the meeting back to order now and continue with debate on the motion to refer Resolution 53 to the Senate Executive Committee. We are seeking speeches in the negative. I believe Senator Hubenig on Zoom has debate in the negative.
Hi, everyone. Am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Sorry, I'm on hotel Wi-Fi. So I'm a Forder theater major, maybe unsurprisingly, and this motion is a really good thing for students. We just came through the pandemic where we really heavily relied on fine arts individuals to get through our sanity using things like Netflix, using things like TV shows, music, art, etc. And it's been a thing before the pandemic and post-pandemic where the arts are dying and struggling. And being a former theater student, having facilities and needing updated facilities has been a consistent struggle that schools everywhere, high school level, university level, have. This is obviously a problem that K-State is having, and having the Wareham, sorry, my pronunciation's a little rocky, updated would be extremely beneficial to our students. It is sounding like we are getting caught up on some really nitpicky features about planning of this renovation that don't actually pertain to us at a certain point once the money goes through. We should send this forward for the benefit of our students to participate in our society, to help get them jobs, to help participate in mental health, and so that we can participate in culture and the etc. Sorry, it's been a whole day. Putting this through back to the executive committee, as we said, delays everything, and we want our foot in the door. Giving the people who need the money, our money from K-State and our support, having more money, regardless if it's a $4 million thing, is important for students. That money goes fast in renovations. Having the facilities in that whereas clause and saying that we don't have the technology compared to other facilities is actually a critical point of it's a critical point to make, because that is how we differentiate different types of theaters from each other. Certain dance productions can't happen at one type of theater to another. If we want a versatile theater that can take on everything we need to support this bill, and the whereas says exactly why we need this. I don't know why we're getting hung up on things that we can't control in the end. We should support our fine arts students. It's to be exactly that.
Thanks, Caitlin. Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the motion, we're now seeking speeches in the positive on the motion. Chair Saya.
So if this wanted to be like a commendation, just like a great job from Senate, it could have been. This is asking for our stamp of approval and our firm support of the renovation. I think that's fantastic, but if you want our firm support, that means you have to make sure the room understands, you have to obey our processes, and like do the actual work to earn our level of support. I don't think pushing this through tonight does this, so I would appreciate sending it back to committee.
Thanks, Nick. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the motion, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Chair Phillips.
All right. I do think that this is something that we should ultimately end up making a decision on tonight. And the reason why comes from kind of my job at the K-State Foundation. I deal a lot with student fundraising, or fundraising money for students. And from what I can tell you, I haven't been there very long. I know there's a few more people in this room who have been there longer than I have who may also have something to say about this. But in my little experience there, we have donors a lot of the time who will call into the foundation and ask to speak with students specifically. The student opinion and having students behind something is really important to donors. And while I don't know if it would result in millions of dollars less that they would fundraise if we didn't have this resolution passed, I do think that there could be a financial aspect of not passing this, though. And by voting to send this back to committee, we completely take that option off the table. I do think there is merit to debate on the amendment that a previous speaker proposed. And so I think that that's a debate that we can have tonight. But ultimately, I think that we need to have that debate tonight so that we don't forego the possibility of of having our support behind this. And so, especially for some of those big time donors, they'll ask, what the students think. And that's our job as Student Senate. We are the voice of the students. And so if there is an issue, calling, asking for our opinion on it. I know that Music, Theater, and Dance has already given theirs, and McCain, but we are the ultimate say for what students have to voice their opinions on. And so I would really encourage us to act upon that tonight, and to do that tonight specifically to potentially allow for some of that extra fundraising. So with that, I strongly urge a vote not to send this to the Senate Executive Committee.
Thanks, Blake. Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the motion, we're now seeking speeches in the positive. Senator Spindler?
I move to the previous question.
Second.
Juan is the previous question in order.
It should be 5. I count 5 at least. Unless I can just count it, which is possible. I don't know.
So we've had 4 on both sides, which means we need 1 more round of debate on each side. I'm now seeking speeches in the positive on the motion.
I don't know.
Are there any further speeches in the negative? And are there any further speeches at all? Okay, seeing none, we'll move into a hand vote on the motion to refer this to the Senate Executive Committee. If you want Resolution 53 referred to the Senate Executive Committee, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed to sending this to the Senate Executive Committee? Okay, that motion does fail, and we will return to debate on the motion to amend. Which side were we on?
I think I spoke last in
So we are now seeking speeches in the negative on the motion to amend, which, to remind everyone of the amendment, it simply strikes the last whereas clause. This does not have line numbers. I gotta fix that. Are there any speeches in the negative? Caucus Leader Kidd?
Point of information.
Yes.
I missed this, but I just spoke with the author about it during recess. For the line that has KSU School of Music, Theater, and Dance, there should not be any accents or any characters above.
Yep, I saw that. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Are there any speeches in the positive on the motion to amend? Chair Long.
Point of order.
I sought negative speeches. There were no negative speakers. Another speaker's already been recognized. We'll get you on the next round.
Okay. All I'm thinking here is what harm does it have to promoting student voice if those 3 lines are not there? We still put our full stamp. It still says that we express our full support and initiative, all that kind of stuff. Oh, the initiative, I apologize. Only thing it doesn't say is those 3 lines. Nothing of the effect changes, but it makes everybody in this room a whole lot more comfortable lacking those words.
Thanks, Jacob. Seeing as that was debate in the positive, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. President Vogelmore.
Again, this whereas clause is very important because it wraps up, in essence, the whole point of this resolution. Again, as a previous speaker from this school, as well as Director Dr. Brian Pinkel wrote in his letter of support, right now the School of Musical Theater and Dance, and I have not read this yet, only fully controls 3 performance venues. Kermser Hall is essentially a simple lecture hall that, although having been renovated 10 years ago, has a leaky roof and until recently inoperable lights. We have 2 small theaters, both with thrust stages. We have limited use of McCain Auditorium, which is an entirely separate outside entity. Most of our programs cannot afford to even use it. This school hosts over 200 events a year. It's not possible for them to host most of their events in a professional venue anywhere. There's no comparable institution Regent-wide or Big 12-wide in our conference that has accessibility to something like this. This is so important to those students as well as the rest of the students, and it's outlined in that whereas clause that talks specifically about how there is not any venues on this campus or in this region, because that is a true fact. The only thing that fits within the versatility and the capacity and not really even the technological advancement in the region is in city park, there's like that outdoor kind of place where they have the pep rally for homecoming. That's the only venue in the region that they identify as even being comparable, which is like obviously laughable. That's an outdoor space that isn't really used for anything, but that's the only thing that fits in these metrics. So it's important to include this whereas clause because it indicates, otherwise the resolution is like, I mean, why? Okay, we talk about this is great and cool, but we don't otherwise indicate that this doesn't exist elsewhere. I think it leaves open the opportunity for people to wonder, well, what about McCain? What about these other spaces around that they might think of? Whereas they don't recognize necessarily without this whereas clause that those aren't as versatile, they don't have the same size and flexibility of size and technological advancement. There just isn't that anywhere in the region. That isn't a statement of opinion of any kind. It is very clear and backed by data in their research that, again, we could probably get that graph that shows exactly based on the distance and capacity and type of venue that there actually are none of these spaces. This is not our opinion. That's why we wish to leave this in there, because it's clearly just a statement of fact.
Thanks, Parker. Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the motion, I'm now seeking speeches in the the motion to amend. We're now seeking speeches in the positive on the motion to amend. Senator Kamen.
I'll try to keep this brief. Previous speaker mentioned that McCain is harder to get K-State venues into their own programs. That's more of a matter of accessibility, not versatility, not technological advancements or size, which are the three things that are mentioned in there. If that is true, it should be amended to accurately reflect the lack of accessibility or of availability K-State has with it, not addressing its size, versatility, or technology. I have a lot of classmates, peers, and other friends within the College of Fine Arts with all of that fun stuff. And in fact, a lot of the people that voted for me actually are in the theater department. They take great pride in their theaters, McCain, and Nicholas, and sorry. I don't feel comfortable having that in there. We're looking down upon our own infrastructure. McCain isn't small, it's very versatile, and it is very technologically advanced. I don't think it's true or proper as a Senate, to say that it isn't. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the amendment, we're now seeking speeches in the negative. Director Binkley.
I think it's important to note that nowhere in here is it saying that McCain or any other building on campus is incomparable for the students currently that it's serving. It's simply just saying that there is better. There's better out there. There's better technology that we don't currently have here at K-State, and we need to keep advancing to get the students that we want here at K-State.
Thanks, Jess. Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the motion, I'm now seeking speeches in the positive on the motion to amend. Chair Thomas.
Hey guys, I don't see any issue with supporting this resolution, but striking that last line. I think the intent of this resolution is to support this project. I think that we are mostly in favor of doing that. I think that the only thing that people have an issue with the last whereas clause is that it feels like it is somehow negative to other performance spaces, and I think we have the ability to support this performance space as well as supporting other performance spaces. We have the ability to do all of those, and so striking this line does not strike any sort of support, and it doesn't change any of the be it resolved. So I think that we should pass this amendment and then pass this legislation.
Thanks, Kate. Seeing as that was debate in the positive on the amendment, I'm now seeking speeches in the negative on the amendment. Director James Rose.
Okay, so specifically within the amendment, it's pretty clear right there. I'll just go ahead and read it again. So whereas there are currently no comparable venues of size, versatility, technological advancement in the surrounding region. That's the part that most people have been focusing on here, with the intent of benefiting their community through the expansion of performing and visual arts. Another huge key piece of this is it's something that's connecting the K-State community and the community of Manhattan, right? McCain's sole purpose, as of now, is for the students and for Kansas State University. What this does is it creates a space, unlike McCain, in that aspect where we can host events for Kansas State students. If this passes tonight, another kind of segue from that is if this passes tonight, we have the ability to put someone from K-State on their board. If it doesn't pass tonight, that ability may not be there because this is going to happen, as Parker Vogelmoor said. When it goes forward and it does happen, the money's going to be raised without us. They have no obligation to put someone from K-State on their board to then go forward and host events for the university. We've already heard from a student in performing arts, and we heard how great the theaters are. We heard the problems that are wrong with them. We may take pride in these theaters and these great things in the university, but if we take too much pride in what we have now and we're afraid of technological advancement and moving forward, then we're going to get stuck in the past. As Vogelmoor's already pointed out, it's pretty clear to see we already kind of are stuck in the past when relating ourselves to other Regent schools and schools within the Big 12. What this does right here is it points out to donors that we support a new venue that is going to be something that is greater than anything that we have so far. A previous speaker also noted and specifically said that this would be the only one there will ever be. This statement is simply false. That is nowhere in the resolution. And that's not to say that we may put up a couple more theaters in the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years, right? This is just the first of many hopefully to come as Manhattan continues to grow and expand. If we don't pass this tonight, it's essentially putting to rest the, it's not putting to rest, but essentially it's closing the door on the guarantee that Kansas State will be involved in this project. It's closing the door on a great technologically advanced theater that's versatile and it has the ability to support our students within the performing arts, whether that's dance, music, or theater. Thank you.
Thanks, Cameron. Seeing as that was debate in the negative on the motion to amend, we're now seeking speeches in the positive. Chair Thomas?
Motion to previous question.
Second.
The previous question is in order at this time, and there was a second, so we'll go ahead and move into the previous question, or into a vote on the motion to call the previous question. All those in favor, raise your placards now. All opposed, same sign.
What's the previous question?
On the motion to amend.
So a yes vote is to amend.
Is to vote on the motion to amend.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, thank you for that clarification, President Vogelmoor. If you voted yes just now, that was simply on the vote to move into a vote on the motion to amend. Now we'll move into a vote on the motion to amend. All those in favor of adopting the amendment, please raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. I'm going to count, so hold them high. This is impossible. Blake, you.
To do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Are there 14 of you that also want to do a roll call vote? Please raise your placards. That's 14. Chair Talbert.
So we're now voting to say yes or no to the amendment.
Yes, a yes vote on the amendment will strike those 3 lines that were mentioned, which is the last whereas clause. A no vote will keep those 3 lines. And we're going to do a roll call vote.
All right, folks, this is the roll call vote on the amendment on Resolution 53, striking the last whereas clause. A vote yes means you do want it to amend it, and you want that last whereas clause to be removed, and a vote no means you want to keep that last whereas clause. Okay, Anderson.
No.
Bannister.
No.
Barron.
Yes.
Bellamy.
Yes.
Blood.
Yes.
Broughton,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes by proxy.
Carey, Compton, Coy,
No.
DePaz,
No.
Dole,
No.
Gromas,
No.
Heatherman,
Abstain by proxy.
Hoffman,
Yes.
Hubnig,
No.
Kamen,
Yes.
Kappelman,
Yes.
Kirshen, Kidd,
Yes. Or, no, sorry. No. Sorry, no. My goodness. Sorry.
Kermer,
Sorry, can repair what you did.
No. Kenzie,
No.
Labidi, Long,
Yes.
Midow, Morello, Murphy,
No.
Noretti,
No.
Navarro,
Yes.
Howry,
Yes.
Pelton,
No.
Phillips,
Yes.
Pilchard,
No.
Pondillo,
Yes by proxy.
Rogers,
Yes by proxy.
Sayat Carly,
Yes.
Sayat Nick,
Yes.
Salmon,
Yes.
Shear,
Yes.
Schweier, Spindler,
No.
Stout,
No.
Strout, Talbert,
No.
Timon,
No by proxy.
Thomas,
Yes.
Volgamore,
No by proxy.
and Wolf. All right. The vote on the amendment will fail on a vote of 19 to 20 to 1.
Thanks, everybody. Is that a genuine question, Drew? Okay. So seeing as that motion failed, we'll proceed with final action on the resolution, unamended. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we are on a speech in the negative?
Yes.
I'm seeking speeches in the negative on the unamended resolution. Are there any speeches in the positive? Are there any speeches at all? Seeing as this is a resolution, it only requires a hand vote. All those in favor of passing Resolution 53, raise your placards now. Proxies raised 2. All opposed, same sign. Resolution 53 will pass. Thanks, everybody. Seeing as we have exhausted our legislative agenda for the night, we'll go ahead and move into our second open period. Are there any second open period speakers this evening? Chief of Staff Richenberg.
Okay, I know everybody wants to get going, but I have some fun news to share. So our pizza and fun will be next Thursday. So I just wanted to come up here to let you all know I'll be sending out an email on Monday with more information. But just letting you know, pizza and fun will be next Thursday, probably around 8 or 9, just to put everybody on your calendars for Dead Week. That's it. Bye.
Thanks, Marta. Are there any questions? Caucus Leader Kidd.
Sorry, just for clarification for us, as all of us are new, are there guests allowed at Pizza and Fun that are not affiliated with SGA or Judicial?
Oh,
The
yes.
answer has typically been no.
Typically, no, but if you want to bring a friend or two, that's okay with me and the executive branch. Excuse me, the executive branch is planning this. If y'all want to plan it, you can. Yeah, silence. Thank
Caucus
you.
Leader Kidd, is that a follow-up?
I guess, not to be that guy, but was everyone invited? I'm not sure if I got the invite.
No, I just decided
Okay,
today.
perfect,
Yeah.
perfect.
Don't worry. You're the party, Marcus. I would never leave you out.
Are there any further questions?
Marcus, you just got a crash.
Seeing none, thanks, Marta. Are there any further second open period speakers this evening? Senator Scheer.
Hi, I'll keep this really quick. I just want to say thank you to you all. I'm graduating here in the next 2 weeks, and it's been a really fun, 4 years in SGA, and it's been great. So you guys are amazing. I'm going to miss everyone, and thank you. Bye.
I'll call a round of applause in order. Senator Gomez.
Hey everybody, I'm also graduating here in about 9 days. Thank you, Marcus, and everybody else. But yeah, so I'm not gonna get, our senior speech in May, and that's okay. But I also want to reiterate what Alexa said, Senator Scheer said, just thanks to this whole body. A lot of doors opened for me after I joined SGA in the intern program, and I met a lot of really great friends. She's not here tonight, but I want to shout out Ashley Grills. I know this is recorded, I'll make her watch it later, because she's the one who got me to run for Senate. I didn't go to any of the meetings, and then I believe it was Haley Spellman, who was the elections commissioner, sent out a call for people to come to a new meeting that was just scheduled. So I guess that's my story of how I got more involved in SGA. So I just want to encourage anybody to just send it and do the thing that you are kind of on the edge of doing, because you can always tell them no, but you don't really want to be told no. So go after those opportunities, be a little chaotic, push the envelope. We see that we did that tonight, and that was really good. So go Cats, and goodbye Senate.
Senator Carey.
Sorry, I'll make this brief. It was suggested that I come up here. I'm studying abroad in Italy in the spring, so I won't be around, but I just want to say I know I've been on Senate for a short period of time, but it's been a really awesome experience. So, thanks.
Are there any further second open period speakers? Director Binkley.
Yeah, guys, I'm graduating now. Sorry. So Student Health Advisory Committee, we passed, or the resolution came up for that, I don't know, last week or something. But now the applications are open. They'll be open until the 16th at 11:59 p.m. So in order for all of my hard work to not go to waste, I would love for you all to get the word out, apply for the committee, find friends that want to be on the committee. If you're passionate in the well-being, healthcare field at all, or just want to have some extra say on campus, apply, ask me questions about it, whatever, that'd be great. Thank you.
Where can that application be found?
On Org Central, under surveys and forms.
In Student Governing Association?
Yep, that too.
Excellent. Are there any further questions? Thanks, Jess. Are there any further second open period speakers this evening? Chair Long.
The application for SGA open house funds closes tomorrow at midnight. So if you are in a college, not the College of Engineering, not the College of Education, and not the College of Business, your college has not currently submitted an application for open house funds. So if you got an email from me today asking about, or if you know somebody who would like to know about that, it's on Org Central under funding opportunities under open house, closes at midnight tomorrow.
Caucus Leader Kidd.
Oh, shoot. I'll talk to you after Senate. Sorry.
Any further questions? Thanks, Jacob. Are there any further second open period speakers this evening? Chair Phillips.
You're graduating. Congrats, Blake.
Wow. I don't know. I am not graduating, folks. I still got another semester. I appreciate it. I have a quick question, Evan. Speaking of studying abroad, is Brian coming back next semester? I know he already left the meeting. I didn't know if you knew, though.
Yes, I haven't talked to him about it.
Okay, cool. Sorry. Will.
Brian, Will, and I are living together next semester.
Nice. All right, Brian will be back. Sorry, that wasn't the point of my second open period speech. I was just curious. The point of my speech was this is our last student senate meeting before election season. So I just wanted to give a quick little, I guess, not really PSA. As someone who's done this 1 or 3 times, if you are interested in running for student senate, know anyone who's interested in running for student senate. Well, number one, if you know someone who's interested, or if you don't know anyone, I would really encourage you to reach out to people. Our filing numbers last year were not the best, and that is really something that we need to improve as SGA. So I'd really encourage you to reach out to your friends or anyone who has any interest in government, whatever the case may be, to encourage them to run for student senate. It's a really important position and is something that we really should do. But number 2, if you are thinking about running, or yeah, I would just reach out, help those people who have not run before, or maybe have only run once. Just really offer your support, because I know it can seem like a lot of work. So really just keep everyone in mind. And number 3, if you're not comfortable doing that, or if you would like any help, I am more than happy to provide any assistance to anyone running. I don't plan to apply for any elections positions, so I am free to help you all out, and I will not be running again because I am graduating in May. So please encourage everyone, have a good election, and go Cats.
I do just want to add to that, if you're interested in pursuing like a higher office within Student Senate, or maybe on the executive branch side, whether it's like the Student Body President's Cabinet or Student Body President, like if you're intending to hold a position in SGA next year that is more than just a student senator, feel free to come chat with me. I can answer any questions about like what those processes look like. I know I ran unopposed last year, so I might not be the best one to offer advice about that, but any advice you might want, I'd be happy to provide about running for speaker. I know Juan would be happy to chat about running for Speaker Pro Tem, and Parker is giving the thumbs up to talk with anyone that's interested in running for Student Body President. Ethan Brown is giving the thumbs up for anyone that wants to run for Student Ambassador. I don't know what that thumbs up is for. Campus Access Director. Anyone that's interested in being Campus Access Director can chat with Ethan. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there along with just general information about running for Student Senate. But yeah, are there any further second open period speakers this evening? Okay. Seeing none, we will go ahead and move into reference of legislation. There is oh, we have to do Senate shoutouts first. Sorry.
All right.
Huh?
We have an allocation, right?
Yeah, we have to do Senate shoutouts first.
Oh.
Major props to Rachel for 3.5 amazing years in SGA. You will be missed. Juan must be feeling pretty bad taking the minutes right now. That is false. I actually feel great every time I get to take minutes. Shout out to Brady's mom for watching the live stream. Evan, ... I am very disappointed your rap track hasn't come out. I am expecting it by the time we come back from break. Just saying.
I'm gonna have a lot of time to kill. Just saying.
Jacob running like the retired basketball coach he is. I think everyone needs a reminder going into the next couple weeks that you're doing great. It's all going to be fine. Take care of yourself. I'm proud of you. Shout out to Team USA in advance to when they win the World Cup. Shout out to Kate for changing my mind. Nice haircut, Big J, Jeremy. Blake sounds like the fundraising guy on NPR. Shout out to the increase to the counseling and psychological services student services fee agreement. Nice. Shout out to Brian's blah blah blah. Shout out to Evan's legs. Shout out to all the interns that will get to have a Senate vote in 1 month. Shout out to Wareham Hall. This will be an awesome space for Manhattan community to enjoy for decades to come. Fun shout outs. Shout out to Christmas season. Blade Mages is a rock and roll D&D name. Shout out to Brad. Shout out to Bryce for being on top of time. Shout out to Special Ordering. Absolutely loving the sweater, Nick. Crisp collar, Chair Saya. Shout out to a quick Senate with a packed agenda. Shout out to Big Details, guys. RIP to my short Senate dreams. Shout out to whoever brings the food poisoner to justice. And that is it. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. With that, we just have one piece of legislation to refer. So Bill 68 will be going to the Student Allocations Committee, and Juan will take it away with our second roll call.
All right, folks, let's make this one fast. Anderson. Here. Bannister.
Present.
Barron.
Here.
Bellamy.
Here.
Blood. Not here. Broughton.
Yeah.
Carey. Here. Compton. Coy. De Paz. Dole. Gromas.
Yeah.
Hoffman.
Here.
Kamen.
Here.
Kappelman.
Here.
Kirshen. Kidd.
Here.
Kermer.
Here.
Kenzie. Labidi. Long.
Here.
Middaugh. Morello.
Here.
Murphy.
Here.
Noretti.
Here.
Navarro.
Here.
Oury.
Here.
Pelton.
Here.
Phillips.
Here.
Pilchard.
Here.
Syat Carly.
Here.
Whoa. Syat Nick.
Here.
Salmon.
Here.
Shear.
Here.
Schweier. Spindler.
Here.
Stout.
Yeehaw.
Strout. Talbert.
Yes. Here.
Thomas.
Here.
And Wolf. All right, everyone. Have a good break.
Thanks, everybody. Is there a motion to adjourn? Senator Pilchard.
Motion to adjourn until January 26th.
Is there a time? Is there a time? It's been moved and seconded to adjourn until January 26th at 7 p.m. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will stand adjourned at 9:50 p.m.
Where's one? I mean, I didn't already. Yeah, I didn't feel like that's how
Yeah. Where's that?
We had
An issue with an assignment was caught and not going to run. Okay. We're not doing anything. I would like to.
I mean, we certainly would.
We will put it for good use eventually.
They guarantee that it would make it to next semester. But yeah, no, I should be fine for it.
Crazy.
Honestly, fun it didn't hate it.
Yeah.
One of my favorite just
Have a good night. Yeah, you too. Will. I like
Yeah, he decorated over.
I didn't know I almost swings with the pants and everything.
We know these nuts.
Or we could just wait till the end of the day.
I don't like that.
SAE freshman pledges.
Yeah,
Yeah, make them wait.
Up until Alex Neiman to come. I love Alex Neiman.
Dude, Neiman should come.
I don't think Kelly's gonna whip it next week.
I tried getting Neiman into that game, he'd be perfect, but.
You want to go to Vita?
Is anyone else going?
Me and Drew said that we would go.
Oh,
Nick
yeah,
said
yeah.
he'd go.
Nick will go.
Yeah.
Sorry about my.
Oh my God, you're totally right.
RCP 30? So sleepy hour.
For the.
Fun. Well, everything will pay, have to pay.
Right.
But that'll also be it. But, yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
Neiman's the new Order of Omega president. And I'm
Oh, yay!
he was so shocked.
I was like, you just do it. No one else wants to do it. So that worked out. Yeah. I don't know if we need to.
Sorry, that's me. Sorry, Marcus. I thought we were done. Sorry.
Bye.
through Tyler's. Go ahead. Can you go do a trash run through the bowling center? Make sure you get the bathrooms also.